Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh, just that job theft, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that towel mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is panic. I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers. You feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Seela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Father Ray, Reese Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, you niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the flock crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet, your foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, you niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slaves. Hey, trying to get back to them slaves. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Beginning. Yo, so PC the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Yes. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians. Hey, y'all. Peace and love. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody listening. Hey, Niji Superior, Alexis B, my sister Copper Goddess, Straight Smoke. Hey, Ray Sunfire. Yep, and then everybody else that continue to come in, you know, I'll show y'all some love as you guys come in. What's going on, Murray Gal? Hey, sis. Yes. So real quick, y'all, I was looking over this documentary about Black Indians. I'm sure y'all might have seen it before. Some of you may not have. I mean, of course, we don't like the term, quote, Black. We all know what that means. We know the term Black takes us out of our state of who we are and what we are trying to accomplish here. But it's just, I just thought that this was interesting. It's about an hour long, so I'm not going to hold y'all too much. I'm just going to comment on the things that I found interesting. And, you know, we're going to rock out. Real quick, though, before I do that, let me just give a quick shout out to the community, and then we can rock and roll.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
The cavalry's charged, and the Indians fell.
Many prominent Americans throughout our past have shared this blended African and Native American ancestry. Crispus Attucks, the first American patriot to fall at the Boston Massacre. Frederick Douglass, former slave and great spokesman for emancipation. The famous poet Langston Hughes.
There's a great story, that of the Negro in America.
The renowned singer Tina Turner.
If it was that easy, we would have all been there years ago.
Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson.
Our time has come. Thank you very much.
Despite such a distinguished ancestry, Black Indians are a people whose collective past is barely known. Their identity is often clouded by uncertainty and denial. Born out of the tragic conquest of Indian peoples and their lands, along with the enslavement of Africans, Black Indians are in fact the ultimate survivors in America's difficult.
See, what I want people to notice is the subtle nuances of how close in connection that this quote slave trade story is and this quote Native American story is, right? And how much they conflate in terms of similarities, minus the whole ship thing. The whole ship premise behind the narrative is to keep us off the land.
Struggle with racial and cultural difference. African Americans and Native Americans, the most mistreated and misunderstood people in our history, have forged strong bonds between their cultures. What is it that links these two cultures? What history do they share together and with white society? Has their common ancestry and shared past given them something to be proud of or something to deny?
The kids around my neighborhood used to think I was Cuban at the time because I looked different. So I guess the way it works is people are so used to seeing what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else.
When we were coming up, it was a bad stigma, I guess, to be Native American. And so, I mean, you was just classified as black, or that's the way you went. And you know, a lot of the older people, they never told you. I mean, it was a long time before I really found out what my heritage was.
A lot of people that go through the museum, when they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see on the second floor, and there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people, and they walk in and they're like, they're not Indian, they're black.
I think also because I sometimes.
So let's go back to that comment that white man made about the Pequot people.
Well, they never told you. I mean, it was it was a long time before I really found out what my heritage was.
A lot of people that go through the museum, then they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see on the second floor. And there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people. And they walk in and they're like, they're not Indian, they're black.
And that's sad because it's always going to be a problem like this. And I think that this is all a part of the scheme to keep us off our lands, to keep us away from who we are truly. There is no way. There is no way that these stories are this close intertwined. And y'all try to make it seem like it's two different groups of people when it's really not.
I think also because I sometimes had a rather difficult upbringing as a child because I did feel in between, I guess.
People that go through the museum, then they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see on the.
So y'all notice when they introduce each person and they put their name up there or whatever, like y'all notice how they got the tribe under there, right? But see, they don't got /white under his. But everybody else to say African American / Mohawk / Blackfoot. Weird shit, right? Like this whole classification thing is what the issue is. Like people just can't be. And like it just shows how much racism and how much division and how much of the history is flawed, because not only am I going to show this, I'm going to show something else too, because the other man, he said right there, said that the black man's granddaddy wasn't the chief of the tribe when he was the chief of the tribe. You don't make a mistake like that. So this is just interesting to me. Like, this is just interesting to me. Peace and love, Dosey. Peace and love, Juan Truth. Hey, Shaw son.
The second floor, and there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people. And they walk in and they're like, they're not Indian, they're black.
I think also because I sometimes had a rather difficult.
But you see how they got her identity right here. They got her identity, African-American, White Mountain, Apache, Cree. Cree. All of this under her name. This is outrageous.
Upbringing as a child because I did feel in between, I guess is the best way to put it. When I was first going to school, I went to a private Lutheran school, and I was the only child of color in the entire school. And I had wonderful experiences with my teacher, but not such great experiences with the students around me. When we moved to another neighborhood and I went into a public school, it was primarily a black school, and I was thrilled. I thought when I saw more children that had chocolate skin that I'd be able to join in and I'd be more of a part of a group. And that wasn't the case at all. It was quite a shocking and disappointing experience for me to realize that they too thought I was not like them.
I was in Narragansett when to be an Indian really was unheard of, because when I was in school, we were taught Eastern Indian history as if it was like learning about the ancient Trojans. When I was in the 4th grade, I got sent out of class because one of the questions was, when did Columbus discover America? And I crossed out discover and put invaded.
Invaded indeed. After Columbus, Europeans took over Indian lands, wiping out millions of native peoples with military aggression and devastating diseases such as smallpox.
See right here, in my opinion, this is the part of the story that I feel is where so much cap is involved at. This is the part of the story where I feel that there is so much cap. Okay, y'all? Cap. I'm sorry. Like, that shit is so cap. It doesn't even make any sense. Let me go back for a second. And that's fine, Shaw son. People, and no one's ever denying that people mix with Africans. What we're saying is it wasn't no slew of Africans here that they mixed with. They might have mixed with those people who came much later, but the original dark complected people are Negroes. Because they love to emphasize this.
To which the Indians were not immune. Soon enslaved Africans were brought to North America and put to work on.
And you notice how he said soon, quote, African Americans were brought. That does, oh my God, bro. Come on. Yo, this is not making any sense, family. This is why I thought that, I'm like, wow, like, I mean, it's not Mr. James Earl Jones' fault, rest in peace, but y'all get what I'm saying, seriously.
Land that had once belonged to native peoples.
Patuxet was one of 60 or more bands that we had in the Wampanoag Nation. The people were wiped out in plagues between 1616 and 1618, which is even before the Pilgrims came.
And see, she said between 1616 and 1618, most of the people were wiped out, the Wampanoag tribe in particular. But how the fuck was they wiped out? Bruh. First of all, in 1619, they only brought 20 in our, quote, Negras. So if they only brought 20 people in 1619, how was all of this going on? All of these hundreds of people, like, I mean, come on now, make it make sense. This is crazy work.
It was of European origin, brought here by fishermen and explorers before the Pilgrims came.
It's quite clear that from the first arrival, from the first time that Africans set foot in the Americas, they were intermingling with Native Americans. And
this is such preposterous cap, bruh. Are you serious? As soon as Africans set foot in America, then they just start mingling with Native Americans? Yeah, of course you guys are going to make it seem like that. Because y'all are making it seem like they look one type of way and that they're one phenotype and that they're these Mongoloid Asians. And that is so far from the truth that it doesn't even make any sense. Look at that mess.
interaction continued, obviously, all the way through Indian removal, and even thereafter, those Indians who stayed in the Southeast were mingling with African Americans.
Well,
he said that the quote, Native Americans that stayed in the Southeast ended up mingling with African Americans. Bitch, why are y'all lying? The only people who was in the Southeast was us, brown people. We were the ones up and down the Southeast coast, all the way from here to Georgia, Florida, all of those. We were heavily populated right here. And we didn't get here because of no boat or no slave trade story. If they could only bring 20 in 1619, how the fuck are they trying to say that 20 people that they dropped off have something to do with us? Like, this is the narrative that we have to get on, that they got to tell the truth about. Because just to say that, oh, it was just all this intermingling going on, no, they were already there. They're trying to say that the Indians that didn't go up on the reservations are the ones that intermingled with us. Child, get out of here.
the colonial period, one of the very curious things that was happening was a whole new kind of human being created who was of African, Indian, and European ancestry. And in fact, in the colonies, both in North America and the Caribbean, there were all kinds of mixtures of whites and Indians, whites and Africans, Africans and Indians, and new kinds of human beings created. And I think that it's reasonable to say that many British residents of North America were not comfortable with these people, of brown people, yellow people, all different kinds of mixes of people they were encountering.
So you had native slaves, native indentured servants, and African slaves and indentured servants working side by side in various kinds of domestic situations and also on large plantations in the southern part of New England. I'm talking about New England here. One of the things you got was actual intermarriage of some blacks and some Indians.
Indians encountered people of African descent probably as early as they encountered people of European descent. And from the best available evidence, I think that we can infer that they really made no distinction between people of African and European descent.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
In various kinds of domestic situations and also on large plantations in the southern part of New England. I'm talking about New England here. One of the things you got was actual intermarriage of some blacks and some Indians.
Indians encountered people of African descent probably as early as they encountered people of European descent. And from the best available evidence, I think that we can infer that they really made no distinction between people of African and European descent. That is, Native people did not have a concept of race in the way that we understand it today. They probably as early as they encountered people of European descent. And from the best available evidence, I think that we can infer that they really made no distinction between people of African and European descent. That is, Native people did not.
So who's making these distinctions then? So who are making these distinctions then? That's why the black shit gotta stop.
Not have a concept of race in the way that we understand it today. They saw Europeans and Africans as part of the same society, essentially. And consequently, there was not the kind of racial feelings or distinctions that natives applied to Africans that we find later in the relationships between Africans and natives. I think that's a really important thing to understand about early relations between the two peoples, because race is an acquired concept for Native peoples in the South, and racism is an acquired feeling. It is a concept and a feeling that's acquired from Europeans. It's one of the legacies of colonization in North America.
Another legacy was domination by European settlers. From the beginning, African and Indian peoples encountered each other under the controlling power of Europeans. And from the beginning, Europeans saw the alliance of these two peoples as a dangerous thing.
It was certainly in the interest of European Americans to keep Native Americans and African Americans apart. Such an alliance developed and maintained would have been very destructive of the European American attempt to conquer the continent. So African Americans.
See, that's why where it doesn't make sense at. How the fuck are they so goddamn worried about this quote union occurring that could be so destructive if we were always on these plantations getting beat the fuck down? This is insane, yo.
Americans were often used in the militia against Native Americans. Native Americans were often encouraged to hunt runaways and were paid bounties for the scalps of slaves brought in.
We should also understand that Mohawk warriors were constantly hired to be slave catchers. William Johnson's house became like a clearinghouse for catching slaves in this area, runaway slaves from western Massachusetts all the way across to the Genesee Valley. So anytime anybody lost a slave, they'd go to Johnson's house, say, here's what this person looks like, and he would put the call out to Mohawk warriors, and they would go out and act as slave catchers and bring them back quite often. Yep.
Bruh, I feel like this shit, that is such cap. Are y'all serious? The notion that all of this stuff was going on simultaneously. I'm talking about the slave trade's happening, slavery's happening. Oh, and then what else is going on? All of these different wars are also going on concurrently as well. All of this going on. Because this is the first time I ever heard that they were paying Native Americans to, quote, Native Americans to hunt, quote, slaves with the, emphasis on quotes, okay? I'm over here doing air quotes right now. Y'all can't even see me. I'm like, because what? Peace and love, family. Hey, Carb Aborigines. Hey, Dad Fignatic, St. Louis. What's going on out in y'all? I'm proud of you, baby.
They let them live among them too. They treated them as the eyes and the ears on English society. These pure persons of African descent who lived in English society, understood English thought, understood English values. When they secreted them, either as runaway slaves or they married into the society, they would let them stay and protected them until enough heat was put on them and they were forced to return them.
In colonial New England, the alliances of blacks and Indians were sometimes not only a matter of protection, but also of collaboration. Colonial seaports in the Northeast, especially those involved in the fishing and whaling industries, often used laborers who were of mixed ancestry, and one such black Indian from Massachusetts, Paul Cuffey, made a highly profitable career out of his merchant business that utilized native black connections.
Paul Cuffey is in many ways very unusual. He's unusual because of his great success, and he's unusual because we have ample documentation establishing the fact that he preferred hiring Native Americans, African Americans, and people of mixed heritage. But at that time, the preponderance of mariners from New England ports were, in fact, Indians, Africans, or people of mixed heritage.
Most native and black encounters.
Bruh, they get on my nerves. Like, why can't y'all just tell the truth? Tell the truth. That document that showed, that said, it clearly said Paul Cuffey, a Pequot Indian. Nothing about no fucking African American. Is they serious? And this came out in 2004, so you know they was trying to hurry up and jump on covering this shit up way before people started coming out with these videos and stuff you see today.
Secreted them either as runaway slaves or they married into the society, they would let them stay and protected them until enough heat was put on them and they were forced to return them.
In colonial New England, the alliances of blacks and Indians were sometimes not only a matter of protection, but also of collaboration. Colonial seaports in the Northeast, especially those involved in the fishing and whaling industries, often used laborers who were of mixed ancestry. And once
I just hate, like, the way that they are emphasizing this quote mixed ancestry. It's like, because y'all are trying to make it seem like y'all are trying to keep that story, they're trying to keep that shit, I guess, validified or whatever, or trying to keep it relevant, if you will. That's the word I'm looking for, because how none of this makes sense. That's the issue. Look at that baby. That's a black baby. Or quote black baby. Or what they would call a quote black baby, a quote Negro, a quote African American, a quote indigenous American. Yo, we can't make this stuff up, yo, but they do. And they've made up so much. All of these lies, like they're trying to make it make sense. They're trying to understand why is so many people who look this way on this particular part of the world. They can't even prove slavery happened. I'm not saying slavery. They can't prove the transatlantic slave trade, because there was definitely some form of plantation slavery, indentured servitude, things like that going on. Yes, that was going on. But as far as the transatlantic slave trade, that's the narrative that they can't really swing behind. And that's the narrative that they can't really get enough good verifiable documentation to support. That's what I'm trying to say, y'all. Sorry that was so long-winded, but this is just outrageous. All of this is cap. That's why I wanted to show it, because people go off of these narratives and really think that this stuff is the truth. Like the notion to even continue to separate it like it's two different things is what's crazy about it. And that woman, she made a great point when she said that when whoever was here, when we were here, when you encountered other people, you didn't have that concept of race, or that wasn't your thought process. So why is that the thought process now?
Such black Indian from Massachusetts, Paul Cuffey, made a highly profitable career out of his merchant business that utilized native black connections.
Paul Cuffey is in many ways very unusual. He's unusual because of his great success, and he's unusual because we have
Yeah, that's a life and adventure of Paul Cuffey, a Pequot Indian, during the 30 years spent at sea and in traveling in foreign land.
ample documentation establishing the fact.
Printed by Horace N. Beale, 1829. So I don't know why they keep talking about some African American. That language was not termed. That language was not used. So why are y'all saying that? Clearly that document says a Pequot Indian. It don't say nothing about no black, no none of that. So why, not why, we know how, but what the fuck are we going to do? Because this is sick right here. This is sick. And I think when they started to discover a lot of our history being intertwined in the Americas more deeply than what they thought, they really started to push these narratives out there to really emphasize, no, you're not an Indian, you're an African from Africa, because they know what it means to be an American Indian and to claim that status, all of us in its entirety. Like they said, they kept going back to making a point about this destruction that it will cause. What, our unity? If anything, it's going to create a great power. This is crazy. Yeah. That shit said Pequot Indian, clear as day. But they gonna somehow keep putting his folks in Africa. They have never proved this Africa out of Africa. Never.
Fact that he preferred hiring Native Americans, African Americans, and people of mixed heritage. But at that time, the preponderance of mariners from New England ports were, in fact, Indians, Africans, or people of mixed heritage.
Most Native and Black encounters and alliances took place along the East Coast, usually through intermarriage, especially in the years after the American Revolution. Sometimes these African and Indian relationships.
Now let's talk about the American Revolution, since he said something about that. You know, there's documentation out there that that quote Negroes, because like I said, this Black or this African thing, these were not terms that were used. And even back then, guys, there were scholars out here trying to identify this class of people that they are referring to as Africans. They've been trying to figure it out. It's actually, it's pretty mind-blowing, you know, like all the trouble they're going through to cover this shit up. But you can never cover up truth, because it's going to always come out. The truth will always prevail, no matter what. What's in the dark will always come to light. So anyway, let's go back to the American Revolution. Now, there's documentation out there through the Bureau of Ethnology, the 19th annual report. I'm going to pull it back up. And it made a comment that, quote, Negroes and these Indians, it didn't even say Native Americans then, it said Indians, Negroes and Indians. Like they made this, all of the documentation made it a point to separate us from them or from that. It's weird. They made a statement that, quote, Negroes and, quote, Indians were working together on plantations, working together. Not them owning us, not them hunting us down, not them beating our ass, not none of this stuff, right? But working side by side. And this is how all of the intermingling and intermarriage and all this stuff kicked off. Like, I don't want to hear that bullshit. Stop saying that. So we got to be aware of what they are doing, bro, because this is a straight up way to, like, yeah, they're trying to acknowledge that Black people, or these quote, us quote Black people, these quote African Americans, these quote Negroes, reclassified through history and time. You can't hide the connection to the heritage. And it's like they're just trying to find a way to make sure that we never be able to grasp and bask in the full scope of what we are and who we are. And that's why they want us to stay in confusion. They want us to keep fucking, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. Going back and forth about this dumb stuff. And it's not right. Like, it's not right.
Came together out of strategic necessity, other times out of shared experience, mutual support, and love.
We see by about 1750 or so, with Native communities in the Northeast, intermarriage between Indians and Blacks. We find intermarriage beginning to occur between Indians and Blacks in the Northeast. So that by the 19th century, with Narragansetts, for example, with Pequots, for example, they are seen as people more African than Indian.
There is, in fact, an advantage to an African male slave in 18th century New England hooking up with an Indian woman. Even if indentured, an Indian woman was free. And from the maxim that the child follows the condition of the mother, a slave who had children with an Indian woman would be producing free children, regardless if he should remain enslaved himself.
Hold up. Let's go back to that.
So that by the 19th century, with Narragansetts, for example, with Pequots, for example, they are seen as people more African than Indian.
There is, in fact, an advantage to an African male slave in 18th century New England hooking up with an Indian woman. Even if indentured, an Indian woman was free. And from the
Even indentured, an Indian woman was free. What kind of bullshit is that? Indentured, y'all feel like an indentured servant was a free person? Or they just had more privileges than what they would call a quote slave? Like, but to me, that's not freedom. But I guess we got different ways of looking at stuff.
maxim that the child follows the condition of the mother.
The child follows the condition of the mother. That remains.
A slave who had children with an Indian woman would be producing free children, regardless.
A slave who had children with an Indian woman would produce free children? Is that the goddamn motherfucking advantage that you're talking about? What are you talking about, sir? It's crazy, bro. Diabolical work. Nasty work.
Regardless if he should remain enslaved himself.
I guess if you knew anything at all about the history of our country and the fact that these two tribes' experiences somehow meshed in time and in level of tragedy, it seems only natural that there would be Black Indians. These two tribes were walking the planet being persecuted by another tribe that they found solace in each other. They survived by joining together. That's what you do. That's what all humans do in an effort to, stay alive.
As historians, we almost never talk about love or emotional support that the people provided to one another. You'd have to imagine a person taken from his or her Indian family at the age of 4 and put into servitude in a white household.
You see how this don't make no fucking sense? Yeah, he told the truth on that part, but not this part. What part you talk about, Green Pill? Hold up. Cause what the fuck, bro? Like,
Who had children with an Indian woman would be producing free children, regardless if he should remain enslaved himself.
I guess if you knew anything at all about the history of our country and the fact that these two tribes' experiences somehow meshed in time and in level of tragedy, it seems only natural that there would be Black Indians. These two tribes were.
It seems like when she was speaking, she might have been cut off. They might have only played some of her interview at certain parts. Cause she probably said some stuff they didn't want in that one in this documentary. But like, cause to just be talking about two tribes that came down and begin to intermingle with each other, she said it would only make sense that it would be Black Indians. I'm not sure, like I said, what else she said prior to that, but obviously we can tell that some parts of this was cut out.
So that by the 19th century, with Narragansetts, for example, with Pequots, for example, they are seen as people more African than Indian.
There is, in fact, an advantage to an African male slave in 18th century New England hooking up with an Indian woman. even if indentured, an Indian woman was free. And from the maxim that the child follows the condition of the mother, a slave who had children with an Indian woman would be producing free children, regardless if he should remain enslaved himself.
I guess if you knew anything at all about the history of our country and the fact that these two tribes' experiences somehow meshed in time and in level of tragedy, it seems only natural that there would be Black Indians. These two tribes were walking the planet being persecuted by another tribe, that they found solace in each other. They survived by joining together. That's what you do. That's what all humans do in an effort to stay alive.
As historians, we almost never talk about love or emotional support that people provided to one another. You'd have to imagine a person taken from his or her Indian family at the age of 4 and put into servitude in a white household. This person would not necessarily have grown up speaking English and would have found him or herself very isolated. And in their narratives, 18th century Indians do talk about a profound sense of loneliness, isolation, and that their only social contacts were with the other people who were servants or unwaged laborers in these households. So that many of the
Wow. Y'all hear that? Bro, wait a minute. I just don't understand. I mean, I do understand, but I think what I'm gathering from this is that I just don't understand if are they trying to say that these, quote, Native Americans were slaves too? Like, is that what they're saying? Yeah, that's what I felt like. Bad say I felt like she was alluding to the fact that that they were but two different Indian tribes. That's what I thought she said. Maybe I was incorrect right there, but that's what I thought she was saying. Yeah, they are saying they are indigent servants already in white. Right. This is what I'm saying. Okay. That the other races or tribes are Caucasian. And then they communicated with that. This doesn't make sense, bro. They did all this. It's kind of stressful. Hey, Sachi. Oh yeah, where you rich, Sachi? This another page? We'll talk about that. Bro, you see how they stress us out with this bullshit? And we got to pick and decipher every little thing and really pick through it, because when did y'all ever learn that these, quote, Native American in school, that these, quote, Native Americans, that these people that they're calling Native Americans ever worked on any type of slave plantation at any point in history at any time? Did y'all ever hear of that? Is it just me that didn't learn that in school? Did you guys learn that? Oh, man. You two stay on some stuff, Mo.
relationships between African Americans and Native Americans in colonial New England are rooted in this experience of servitude and slavery.
Elsewhere, the alliance between Indians and blacks grew out of military necessity. This was especially true with the Black Seminoles of early Florida. Theirs was an alliance that began with slaves fleeing their masters in neighboring Georgia in the early 1800s. These Black Seminoles.
Exactly. That's the only explanation for it, Green Pill. That's the only thing. It doesn't make sense. All this other stuff they trying to lump in there, and it just don't make sense because there's records of Africans coming over here as immigrants. Like what? Bro. Come on. Come on. We have to stop. Look at this crap. Stop. Come on, Red Dot.
Soon proved to be a powerful combination. From the beginning, Africans made valuable contributions to life in tropical America. They transplanted a rice culture they had perfected in Senegambia and Sierra Leone. The Seminole tribe, which took in migrating Creeks as well.
See, that's cap right there about them bringing rice growing culture to America. Why do they keep saying that? Why do they keep saying that crap? When I've already shown y'all sources, and I'm about to pull the rice growing fucking article back up now because they're going to go and do that shit. That's what I'm saying. Y'all making me mad. Bro, that's why I wanted to watch this again because I'm like, wow, this is insane. Like, I didn't notice all the lies in this joint. How are you going to sit over there and say, boom, they brought the rice growing culture to America? Nobody. The people in South Carolina didn't need no African influence on growing fucking rice. They already knew how. This is wild work. This is wild work. Any of the documentation or anything that I ever have freaking read always got little Africans and many great Americans. Okay? This is getting out of control. Hold up, y'all. Because wait, I gotta find the rice article now because they done pissed me the fuck off. Wait a minute. Hold up, y'all. Because this is wild work. What page is that on? Page 5? No, I think it's right here. All right, here you go. So let's go right here. Let's read this real quick. Okay, let me start there. So this article is by Eltis, Greg O'Malley, not Greg O'Malley. Eltis and them. Eltis and a couple other people, but ultimately Eltis. And this is about the rice growing cultures in America, blah, blah, blah. But this right here says, few could have traveled to Charleston or Savannah by land, but for seaborne traffic, Greg O'Malley, referred to in footnote 17 of our article, has assembled a large database tracking the movement of 7,000 vessels carrying slaves between ports in North America, including the Caribbean, between 1619 and 1807. He estimated that about 16% of all captives brought into mainland North America arrived indirectly via the Caribbean, a conclusion with which we are in agreement. So how the fuck? Okay, let's keep rock. Hold on, y'all. Between 1700 and 1740, only about 10% of all slaves arriving in South Carolina did not come direct from Africa. And before 1776, South Carolina and Georgia attracted fewer captives by this route than did the Chesapeake. In the formative years of South Carolina, 1671 to 1710, for every slave arriving in South Carolina from the British Caribbean, 7 were taken to the Chesapeake. O'Malley is not able to track the African coastal origins of those on board the voyages he recorded. Some would not have been African at all. And many others would have been African, but not from rice growing cultures. So why they keep trying to say these folks brought rice to us? Why they keep saying that? God dang, be wearing me out. Clearly, we didn't need y'all to do nothing. Like what? Oh my God. Are these 7,000 slave vessels, girl? Like, oh, child. They didn't bring rice. They meant to say lice. God damn. This is crazy, y'all. I've been trying to understand. Shoot. I don't know where they getting this from, y'all. But I just had it. I love throwing that source out there because stop. They need to stop this.
Well, was used to accepting people who were different, so welcoming runaway African slaves from Georgia posed no problem.
What we find in the first quarter of the 19th century is a military alliance and an alliance of convenience and an alliance of common purpose.
You see it right there? Y'all see it right there? It assembled a large database tracking the movement of 7,000 vessels carrying slaves between ports in North America. Not no Africa. Maybe 10% of them motherfuckers came from Africa. Probably less than that, for real, for real. So there it is, so y'all can see it for yourself. Because this was, child, listen.
Forming between the Seminole Indians, or the people who are being generically referred to as the Seminoles, and these slaves, these hundreds, not thousands, but hundreds of ex-slaves who are finding refuge in Florida. They have common goals, and their goals are to retain their freedom and to thwart the determination of the white government to remove them or return them to slavery. Their other common goal, of course, is to find peace, to support themselves and their families, and to live at peace in the land. They took the field, they took the swamp, they took the woods together, and were able to put up a very strong showing in the face of the most severe military pressure that the United States could bring to bear upon them.
It's important to recognize that Indians did not feel a natural kin.
Oh, yes, let me keep it cute. You know, the kiddo is listening. Hey, children. Peace and love to everybody. I just wanted you guys to really, I mean, this video came out, I think this documentary came out like 20 years ago. So like I said, y'all, like I was thinking earlier, I said maybe they put this out so they could try to put a lid on anybody trying to claim being indigenous and still throwing that slave narrative out there while they can. Look at this mess. They can't be serious about this. They can't be. Look at this picture, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Like, stop. Whew.
Kinship with Black Americans, and they were not 19th century liberal abolitionists. So their reasons for joining with African Americans were far different from what we might imagine today. And they did not see people in terms of race for the most part in the 18th century. And therefore,
see, they want to keep emphasizing they didn't see people as through a racial lens, But yet, when you guys are talking about it, you all are talking about it from a racial lens instead of talking about it from it being one people and not this they're different people shit. And I don't even know why he's sitting up there telling the story anyway.
For these outsiders come to them, and for the Creeks and Seminoles and Cherokees, this it appears to be an opportunity for them to incorporate new people into their tribe, and to gain new skills, to gain manpower, to gain warriors, women who contribute to the population of the tribe.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to
for the most part in the 18th century.
They took the field, they took the swamp, they took the woods together, and were able to put up a very strong showing in the face of the most severe military pressure that the United States could bring to bear upon them.
It's important to recognize that Indians did not feel a natural kinship with Black Americans, and they
a natural kinship. How the fuck do you know what they felt? He literally, that's why I wanted to go back, because you literally contradicted yourself, because they didn't feel a natural kinship, but then you'll turn around and say, oh, they didn't see race, they didn't see color. Which one is it? Oh, okay. Yo, these pictures is insane. And that's the thing too. And that's why I wanted to show y'all that other documentary. But like, I know the lady, she was kind of dragging, but she really had some good information about how manipulative artwork is, family. Artwork can be the most manipulating thing to history, period. Because what we don't understand is that when people write history and when they're writing their accounts and writing their thoughts about what they feel in our history, this is from their lens. Okay? And then the people who truly lived it, they don't want to hear from the people who truly lived it. So like, y'all just have to be mindful of how manipulative art can be, paintings, drawings, anything like that that's trying to depict a certain time in history. A lot of the stuff isn't even authentic, meaning that it's not authentic to the ethnographic location of who the people really are, because they're continuing to show all these light people when we all know for a fact that everyone was melanated and brown. The first people are dark complected. I do not understand where the mix-up always comes in at. And now we got an overwhelming amount of people that they call it African American. Child, I can't bear it.
They were not 19th century liberal abolitionists. So their reasons for joining with African Americans were far different from what we might imagine today. And they did not see people in terms of race for the most part in the 18th century. And therefore these outsiders come to them, and for the Creeks and Seminoles and Cherokees, this it appears to be an opportunity for them to incorporate new people into their tribe, and to gain new skills, to gain manpower, to gain warriors, women who contribute to the population of the tribe.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed Black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
The classic example is someone like Crispus Attucks.
Here we go with this bullshit. Right here.
Joining with African Americans were far different from what we might imagine today. And they did not see people in terms of race for the most part in the 18th century. And therefore these outsiders come to them. And for the Creeks and Seminoles and Cherokees, this, it appears to be an opportunity for them to incorporate new people into their tribe, and to gain new skills, to gain manpower, to gain warriors, women who contribute to the population of the tribe.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed Black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
Do y'all hear that? This is the shit that I am talking about. Man, I'm trying to tell you, bruh. They trying to hide that white slavery. They trying to hide that, boy. Big time. They trying to hide that white slavery. Those are the Slavs. They been, bro. A1 ain't never lied about white folks being slaves, okay? That's one thing A1 ain't never lied about, baby. Because, oh, what? This is not giving. Y'all hate, hold on, we gotta go back, y'all. Just one more time, because this is outrageous.
And for the Creeks and Seminoles and Cherokees, this, it appears to be an opportunity for them to incorporate new people into their tribe, and to gain new skills, to gain manpower, to gain warriors, women who contribute to the population of the tribe.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed Black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
The classic example is someone like Crispus Attucks. Now, when he runs away from his master,
You see how you caught it, Texas? You caught it. Yep. They didn't know. And I've been saying that. Nah, I know. White slaves, Sachi. Slaves. I think they use the term indentured servitude to kind of cover it up. But a lot of those folks, those quote white people, those Germans, those Italians, all of those douche, all of these people, whoever, all of those white people, Caucasoid kind of people, whitey people, right? All come from some form of like criminal burn background where there was some trouble that occurred in their European nation, and a lot of them were sentenced here. Now, some of them were sentenced here as slaves for a lifetime, or quote indentured servitude for a lifetime. That shit's the same shit. I don't even know where the debate comes in at, except for the fact that some may get released. A lot of niggas get out of jail early. But what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, Sachi, because I understand that it was definitely some form of white slavery and not just indentured servitude. Because none of this is adding up, bro. Because even years after slavery ended, they were living in black neighborhoods. The Germans, the Italians, all of them. I just showed y'all something on, I think that was Big Dog Philly OG channel about that. Just a little smidget about that. About German children and Italian children growing up in Southeast DC. And we know Southeast DC, most people do anyway, knows that that's the most blackest neighborhood, the most blackest part of the city today. And imagine how many of them that they was fighting for and helping out. Like niggas, you know, always been good people. I just don't understand. Like, it's just sad that we were duped out of everything. And yes, that's all they done. It's just talk around it, bro. Yeah. Just talking around the truth is crazy to me, bro. Because where was they at? Where was they at on the plantations? Where was they at in school? Where was they at when the civil rights broke out? Where was they at when all of this was going on? They were just up on a reservation, unbeknownst to everybody, just unaware of what's going on around them. Or is it something more bigger and complex, like they stated? Because they're making a point to say that people who were mixed with Indian and, quote, African, whatever the fuck that means, that they were a Negro or a colored person. So they already know that that's our background. I feel like they kind of told on themselves right there. So let's kind of go back a little bit. Because then I'm going to leave it alone and let the joint go on. But I think I'm right here where I wanted to be.
Who contribute to the population of the tribes.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed black and Indian background were simply colored or
of a, quote, mixed and black Indian background was considered to be Negro or colored. Bro, stop telling on yourself. It's not a mixed background. It's just their background. It's indigenous to America. Our background is indigenous to America. It's not a slave narrative, bro. It's not a slave trade narrative, bro. I don't care. That slave trade narrative is dead. I'm telling you, and we need to get up on their ass to prove it, because a lot of the FBAs and ADOS and all of y'all want reparations based off of this narrative, and y'all gonna be upset when it comes out that it ain't the truth. Y'all gonna be upset because a lot of y'all gonna have to prove it. That's what they keep missing.
mulattoes.
The classic example is someone like Crispus Attucks. Now, when he runs away from his master, he was an indentured servant and not a slave. When he runs away from his master in Framingham, Massachusetts in 1750, the original newspaper's announcement posting a reward for his return described him as a mulatto fellow, literally. And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
Despite the success
Whoa! Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. What did he just say at the end, bro?
Now, when he runs away from his master, he was an indentured servant and not a slave. When he runs away from his master in Framingham, Massachusetts in 1750, the original newspaper's announcement posting a reward for his return described him as a mulatto fellow, literally. And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African. Despite the success
Bro, he probably didn't even need to say that. You right, Sachi. What? Come on now. Who the people really is? Who them people? Stop it. Stop it. Clearly trying to say Crispus Attucks was an African, bro. Stop. Yeah, this is bad. They need to go ahead and just tell the truth and shame the devil now. Just tell the truth. I think it'll set them free. And it will set us free. Yes, clip that, bro. Please do. Nah, that's not what it meant in VA. What you talking about, mulatto? See, I don't feel like going back up into my damn files looking for the exact definition of mulatto. I'm gonna have to pull it up so we can see exactly what Virginia classified it as. But that was crazy that he just said that. None of that implies he's an African. Like, cut the shit.
announcement posting a reward for his return described him as...
That's what you talk about right there, right? Carbogatas, mulatto, Molatto.
A mulatto fellow, literally. And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
Despite the success of Paul Cuffey,
that's the bomb drop right there. That's the bomb drop right there. Because you ain't going to be able to do nothing but eventually tell the truth. And then they're going to go right back and contradict themselves again.
or the revolutionary fame of Crispus Attucks, or the brave and successful blending of Africans and Native Americans in the Black Seminole story, American history has left Black Indians burdened by generations of denigration and denial. And it began historically with a bipolar racial system, one that had no place for racial mixture.
Englishmen in North America established a caste system divided between blacks and whites. there was an attempt to maintain white racial purity. And therefore, there was an attempt to deny or reject the racial mixtures that went on. Therefore, if you had any degree of African American blood, you were forced to identify as African American.
If you look at the old censuses, you will see people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes. So there are many African Americans today, people socially identified as African Americans, who have Indian ancestry. And I think that's why you see now at the beginning of the 21st century, you see them trying to reclaim their Indian heritage. I think for the first time, they're now being given the opportunity to do so.
Whoa. Okay, hold up. Now let's go back.
It's an attempt to deny or reject the racial mixtures that went on. Therefore, if you had any degree of African American blood, you were forced to identify as African American.
If you look at the old censuses, you will see people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes. So there are many African Americans today, people socially identified as African Americans, who have Indian ancestry. And I think that's why you see now at the beginning of the 21st century, you see them trying to reclaim their Indian heritage. I think for the first time, they're now being given the opportunity to do so.
Being of the two people in the society that is very much discriminated against.
It's an attempt to deny or reject the racial mixtures that went on. Therefore, if you had any degree of African American blood, you were forced to identify as African American.
If you look at the old censuses, you will see people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes. So there are many African Americans today, people socially identified as African Americans, who have Indian ancestry. And I think that's why you see now at the beginning of the 21st century, you see them trying to reclaim their Indian heritage. I think for the first time, they're now being given the opportunity to do so.
Being of the two people in the society that is very much discriminated against.
You feel like he lying, JJ? That white man lying right there about that? Ugh. I love how it won't let me highlight the damn comment. So I can get the link. All right, let me see if I could just get the link. All right, give me a second. Hold on, Bad Say. I'm going to email it to myself. Is there something in particular right there that you would like me to color the VA part in more particular? Or just, I don't know where you would like for me to go, but yeah, that's a dope document. I could put it up for sure and I can go through it. But let's keep going, because I want to get through this. It's already been an hour and this documentary an hour long.
It's hard to be accepted. It's hard to carry out your life in a peaceful manner, because in places that you go, public places or whatever, they have a view about people that are mixed like that, and so you feel strong prejudice.
The prejudice all had to do with being black, and that's being, and I would say this today, being in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood, there's still prejudice because of the light-skinned person that I am. So if I were to walk into a predominantly white neighborhood today, or let's say in the past, I would be a nigger. If I walked in a predominantly black neighborhood in the past, I would be a yellow nigger.
A lot of the Indians would go out and pick up potatoes during the harvest of the potato season because there was huge potato farms. And some of them would refer to the Narragansetts as the potato niggers. If you were not white, you were black.
I believe in the pecking order of the races, that the Native American individuals were most definitely at the low end of the stick. So if you were a Native American at one point in time in history, you wanted to hide that fact just simply for survival reasons. I'm a parent. I am raising Native American children. If their physical being could pass for black or white, then for their safety's sake, I would put down on their birth certificate black or white. And that happened throughout history for a number of years.
Growing up, actually, there was a lot of prejudice as far as Afro-American people always had things to say to you during school, after school, places you go. And then when I would tell people that I was Native American, that's when things would happen. People would be like, oh, you're not Native American. You don't look like a Native American. And I would be like, excuse me, what does a Native American look like? Could you tell me what a Native American looks like? And people couldn't say anything when you asked them that.
I was clearly accepted in Wakefield, Rhode Island, whether I was perceived as being African American or Native. Coming south, clearly I could say that changed significantly and somewhat dramatically, attending a predominantly white private Christian university. It became clear that indeed I was perceived as being something different, and clearly I wasn't looked at as being Native. I was looked at as probably being African American by virtue of the pigmentation of my skin.
Again, it boils down to the color of your skin, and if you are not of the dominant at that time in this country race of white, Caucasian, then you were treated second class. We were not allowed to go into the restaurants, and I was also married while I was in college, and we were not able to stay at a hotel or to go to a movie and sit in the movie theaters with the Caucasians. So those kinds of prejudices I did feel. I could not go into a restaurant and sit down and have a meal.
I went to college in Arizona, and I visited a friend at Northern Arizona University and saw a terrible car accident. And 2 Navajo boys were taken when there was a clinic across the street. Were not taken to the clinic. They had to be taken to a Navajo clinic. And these are life-threatening injuries. Take them 10 feet and they could get treated. They wouldn't do that because they were Native American. And that just really shocked me. And, this is in '84, how this can happen now. And it just kind of set you back on some of the prejudice that is still around today.
I came from what you might call 2 cultures. Although I went to a purely white school, my schooling on the other side was through my elders. Now, for example, I was fully aware that we as a people could not talk our language. If we were, and we were convicted of it, the authorities protect our tongues. Could be.
Now, y'all remember the other day or a few days ago when we had a particular conversation on my channel surrounding the native tongue. So this is a very interesting comment that he's making here, because let's just hold on.
We came from what you might call 2 cultures. Although I went to a purely white school. My schooling on the other side was through my elders. Now, for example, I was fully aware that we as a people could not talk our language. If we were, and we were convicted of it, the authorities could take our tongues. Could be in meetings. The only place that we could meet without interference was at the Indian Church and Meeting House. And there we got around that and did our tribal business, because instead of having a tribal council, we had a church council. Instead of say a chief, you had a deacon. Instead of
Hear that? Y'all hear
medicine
that?
man, say a prophet.
Do y'all hear what he's saying, y'all? Do y'all hear what he is saying? Let's take it. Hold up, y'all. Because this man right here is really actually not this white man, but the other guy is really dropping gems.
Some of the prejudice that is still around today.
I came from what you might call two cultures. Although I went to a purely white school, my schooling on the other side was through my elders. Now, for example, I was fully aware that we as a people could not talk our language. If we were, and we were convicted of it, the authorities could take our tongues. Could be in meetings. The only place that we could meet without interference was at the Indian Church and Meeting House. And there we got around that and did our tribal business, because instead of having a tribal council, we had a church council. Instead of, say, a chief, you had a deacon. Instead of a medicine man, say, a prophet.
We were sitting on a plane one day, my wife and I talking Cherokee, and a lot of the African Americans didn't know what we were. A lot of the Hispanics didn't know if we were Jamaican or Cuban or Latino, and the white passengers in the plane certainly didn't have a clue, because that's the first time they ever heard Cherokee spoken. So we thought that's unique. You know, it takes a Cherokee to understand Cherokee. So I thought that was really amusing. We sitting on the plane talking, everybody staring at us. I don't think they were staring at us because I was black and Indian. They were staring at us because they didn't know what we were saying, conversing in, or what language.
We have to face it. There were and still are times where.
Wait a minute, bro. He sound like he's straight out of Kentucky. Let's go back to this part about the church, because that's a bomb drop. And of course, we already know this, but it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense.
Now, and it just kind of sets you back on some of the prejudice that is still around today.
I came from what you might call two cultures. Although I went to a purely white school, my schooling on the other side was through my elders. Now, for example, I was fully aware that we as a people could not talk our language. If we were, and we were convicted of it, the authorities could take our tongues. Could be in meetings. The only place that we could meet without interference was at the Indian Church and Meeting House. And there we got around that and did our tribal business, because instead of having a tribal council, we had a church council. Instead of, say, a chief, you had a deacon. Instead of a medicine man, say, a prophet.
We were sitting on a plane one day, my wife and I talking Cherokee, and a lot of the African Americans didn't know what we were. A lot of the Hispanics didn't know if we were Jamaican or Cuban or Latino, and the white passengers in the plane certainly didn't have a clue, because that's the first time they ever heard Cherokee spoken. So we thought that's unique. You know, it takes a Cherokee to understand Cherokee. So I thought that was really amusing. We sitting on the plane talking, everybody staring at us. I don't think they were staring at us because I was black and Indian. They were staring at us because they didn't know what we were saying, conversing in, or what language.
So is that not English letters right there, family? Is that English letters? Put some fire emojis in the chat if those are English. Is that English right there? Can you all read that as English? Like, can y'all understand that? Cherokee syllabary. Bro. And they want to keep saying we're not speaking our native tongue. They want to keep saying that to us. Yes. Period. Period. Peace and love to the family. Hey, Texas. Hey, Focus Mind. Hey, Brown Looking No Ice. Nate Baya, Aboriginal Israelite. Hey, y'all. St. Louis. The whole family up in here. What's up, truth be told? Yes. Peace to the freaking family, man. To the true original Americans. The only ones that matter, young. Look at this. And he want to get up here and argue with us. Want to get up here and try to argue with us. And look at this. That's modern English. I can see an E, a W, a R, a S. Hell. Phe, P-H-E. What? Stop it. This is very, very, very amusing. Like, it's like they was dropping it, but they wasn't dropping it. And that's what I mean by discernment and being able to know. And because we all know the truth, you know what I'm saying? We all can just pick this apart like it's spaghetti, okay? Like it's some nasty mushrooms or some shit, picking them out of the food, picking that shit out the salad. You hear me? I think that's a 1821. It looked like St. Louis. Yeah, I already said it, man. The DMV Aboriginals about to link up, young. I'm trying to tell you, we're going to get our shit together. We're going to get our home base together. It's time, family. It's time, family. Real quick, let's take a quick, I need a quick music break. I need that real quick. Let me do this.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Ma's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just want to thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yes, peace and love, everyone. Shout out to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to that Mama Chief in the audience. And shout out to all of my beautiful mamas out here that's in their chiefdom, doing their thing, teaching their children the right way and bringing them up the right way. Shout out to Nate, Aboriginal bad guy. Damn, Nate Bad, yeah, Aboriginal Israelite. My bad, I done butchered the name. and for sending this over to me real quick or putting that link in the chat. So that's the Cherokee syllabary, y'all. So that's pretty much pronunciation, obviously, how you sound everything out, obviously. So that's just like a good look at it. Like, and the main basis of that is what we see modern day English letters, alphabets. So I just don't be knowing what people be talking about, that we not speaking our language. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
We have to face it. There were and still are times when being a person of color is not necessarily a good thing. And when you are made to feel uncomfortable and inferior with that reality, you certainly are not going to share it and be very open about it.
When I was in the tribal attorney's office, there was a woman there who made some derogatory, a Chauban woman who made some derogatory comments about blacks, just casual comments about those people and how they talk and that kind of thing. And she didn't realize I was black. I could tell she didn't realize I was, but this was early on. And I called her on it. And, you know, the whole office, we got together and talked a little bit about that Valerie's, you know, mixed black, and that comment. She was offended, and, you know, you ought to be. And she apologized to me, and things went on.
Because of generations of prejudice and denial, much of the public and sometimes the personal memory of Black Indians has been erased by those who write history and sometimes by those who live it.
That time, there was a lot of people that was using what we call pencil genocide.
Uh-oh.
In other words, they were changing documents in the town halls and this and that. And unless you had some question about it, you didn't even know.
Man, shout out to him, because he was the only one keeping it 100 on this documentary, bro. Like, shout out to this gentleman. He was the only one keeping it real.
Apologized to me, and things went on.
Because of generations of prejudice and denial, much of the public and sometimes the personal memory of Black Indians has been erased by those who write history and sometimes by those who live it.
That time, there was a lot of people that was using what we call pencil genocide. In other words, they were changing documents in the town halls and this and that. And unless you had some question about it, you didn't even know it. So, for example, in my dad's family, my Aunt Marion, my Aunt Josephine, and my Uncle Lewis were down as Indian. Uncle Lawrence and my father were down as Black. My mother's birth certificate, she was born on Cogswell Street, which is Pawcatuck, Connecticut. And the doctor, knowing that she wasn't Black, naturally, because he was very well familiar with the Babcock family, put her down as white. And a lot of us were put down as white just so we would not have that stigma of being Black.
Wow.
I call it like erasing the ancestors.
Woo! Woo! Erasing who, baby? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go out the gate. Erasing the ancestors. And y'all are. And y'all thought y'all did. But we standing. We here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before. Wait a minute. That brother was cooking. I'm sorry. Yeah, this information, this documentary was 2004, guys.
There was a lot of people that was using what we call pencil genocide. In other words, they were changing documents in the town halls and this and that. And unless you had some question about it, you didn't even know it. So, for example, in my dad's family, my Aunt Marion, my Aunt Josephine, and my Uncle Lewis were down as Indian. Uncle Lawrence and my father were down as Black. My mother's birth certificate, she was born on Cogswell Street, which is Pawcatuck, Connecticut. And the doctor, knowing that she wasn't Black, naturally, because he was very well familiar with the Babcock family, put her down as white. And a lot of us were put down as white just so we would not have that stigma of being black.
I call it like erasing the ancestors. Or even erasing us. They just want to erase until they get to the point where, you know, you can look and, oh, look, there's Indian Road and Sachem Street. And, you know, there's nothing left but the street signs and some cigar store Indian.
You can go to any place in the state of Oklahoma and every place every few miles up and down the highway, depending upon what nation you're in. You will find all kinds of gift shops and see things, oh, come and get a Cherokee doll or come play some Choctaw or Creek Nation bingo and come and do this and do that. And you can go to every one of those shops. You can go to the capital of the Choctaw Nation in Durant or go to the capital in Tahlequah, and you won't find anything representing the thousands of African people who lived there. Thousands, not just a handful or a few dozen, thousands who are documented on the rolls. Over 20,000 African people were there. They were just there and invisible and doing nothing.
My grandmother never really talked much about her Native American heritage. When I think back on my memories of her, the things that she did that I identified as being Native American, I think she did merely because she didn't know what else to do. That's the way she was trained. That's the way she was taught. But if you were to ask her to face those things or identify those things as being particularly one, you know, thing or another, she would back off from that. She never, ever really wanted to share much of it.
When I would go to the various establishments, there was a color line there. And one place that I went to, it was a dance, and we went in there, and there was a Indian girl who was at the desk. And she said, "I'm sorry, you can't come in because you're not white." And I said, "Oh, I know that. I'm Narragansett." And she said, "What's Narragansett?" And I said, "A Narragansett Indian from Rhode Island." And she said, "There is no such thing."
Throughout the 19th century, you get every few years a notice of the last full-blooded Narragansett has died. And the last Indian dies and dies and dies. And then by 1880, when hearings to detribalize them take place, part of the topic that is discussed in the hearings on this, and part of the rationale for detribalizing them ultimately, is that they are not authentic Indians, they are really Negroes.
Wait a minute, bro. Did y'all just hear that? Authentic. Ooh. I'll just relax for a second because that is wow. Wow. Just wow.
Because you're not white. And I said, "Oh, I know that. I'm Narragansett." And she said, "What's Narragansett?" And I said, "A Narragansett Indian from Rhode Island." And she said, "There is no such thing."
Throughout the 19th century, you get every few years a notice of the last full-blooded Narragansett has died. And the last Indian dies and dies and dies. And then by 1880, when hearings to detribalize them take place, part of the topic that is discussed in the hearings on this, and part of the rationale for detribalizing them ultimately, is that they are not authentic Indians, they are really Negroes.
There's always erasure.
Bro. Exactly. The Indian is the Negro. The Negro is the Indian. The Indian is us. We are the Indians, bro. Look at that, dude. That, wow. Sachi, I think you need to clip something else. Because what? I just need her to say that again, because this is the issue now. And this is why they're going to do everything they can to hide our heritage from us, family. And that's why it's up to us to keep shouting it to the rooftops that Africa is not our home.
I'm Narragansett. And she said, what's Narragansett? And I said, a Narragansett Indian from Rhode Island. And she said, there is no such thing.
Throughout the 19th century, you get every few years a notice of the last full-blooded Narragansett has died. And the last Indian dies and dies and dies.
There was a color line there. And one place that I went to, it was a dance, and we went in there, and there was a...
that is discussed in the hearing.
Never, ever really wanted to share much of it.
When I would go to the various estates, and I said,
Ultimately, throughout the 19th century, you get every few years a notice of the last full-blooded Narragansett has died.
So she said in history, every few years, you get this fucking part of history that says the last Narragansett has died. They died. They keep saying that they died. Oh, no. But the truth is, they're Negroes. So they're Negroes. So, you're not going to acknowledge them as Indians because they're Negroes or what you think is a Negro? This is mind-blowing, family.
And the last Indian dies and dies and dies. And then by 1880, when hearings to detribalize them take place, part of the topic that is discussed in the hearings on this and part of the rationale for detribalizing them ultimately is that they are not authentic Indians. They are really Negroes.
What the fuck is an authentic Indian, y'all? Excuse my language, family, for those who don't curse. I have to keep it together. What is an authentic Indian?
There's always erasure going on in terms of one's identity. And to me, it seems hooked into a particular political time period in which one is living. Now, if you back up to the removal time, you could say teens through the 30s, removal really began about, as you know, 1817, 1818. If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian, unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there was advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls, and sent west, but you could stay right where you were.
Bro. Okay.
That is discussed in the hearings on this, and part of the rationale for detribalizing them ultimately is that they are not authentic Indians. They are really Negroes.
There's always erasure going on in terms of one's identity. And to me, it seems hooked into a particular political time period in which one is living. Now, if you back up to the removal time, you could say teens through the 30s, removal really began about, as you know, 1817, 1818. If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian, unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there was advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up.
That don't even make sense to even say that who identified as African in those times, and the times that he's speaking of in 1717 and 1718. What? In 1818, bruh, nobody was identifying as African. Cut this nonsense out. So you can identify as African and not have to go on a reservation? Come on, y'all. Let's put it together. Let's put it together. They are telling on themselves real bad. Real bad. They are telling on themselves, y'all. Wow. And when people pose the point about, the Indians that remained, it's the truth. He just said it.
Put on the rolls and sent west, but you could stay right where you were. Of course, there is a disadvantage at this time of identifying as African because you run the risk then of being enslaved. But at least you wouldn't be removed necessarily.
That don't even make sense, though. You will run the risk of being enslaved. How?
Really.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees sometimes enslaved Blacks in the early 19th century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again...
Hey, Straight Smoke. What you saying, it makes sense to how they could be thrown into enslavement in 1818? I'm just wondering because it's an advantage to identify as African so you don't have to go live on the reservation. You could just stay where you were. Right? But there's a disadvantage because you run the risk of being enslaved. What in the holy hell is that? Please explain how that makes sense. This is James Earl Jones' worst work in his life. Who stopped you from texting in the chat? Who? Not body snatches. Okay. You two playing around. Man, this documentary, when I was watching it initially, I was losing it. Because I'm like, what in the world? What is happening here? Peace and love to everyone. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Mama Chief Powelton, Truth Be Told, Copper Goddess, of course, my sis Bad Saint, all my sisters, Murray Gal, Bad Saint, Copper Goddess. Hey, Accident in Paradigm. Dang, where you been, Stranger Danger? V-Note, what's up, V-Note? Yes, peace to all the Aboriginals, man. Shout out to y'all. Please like, share, and subscribe. I will really appreciate it. I'm not going to be up here too much longer. It's just that I'm trying to really dissect this thing as they are going, because it's best to really, dialogue about what's happening. And it's quite contradictory, to say the least, for lack of better words. And yeah.
Enslaved blacks in the early 19th century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen.
So it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there was advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls, and sent west, but you could stay right where you were. Of course, there is a disadvantage at this time of identifying as African because you run the risk then of being enslaved, but at least you wouldn't be removed necessarily.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees sometimes enslaved blacks in the early 19th century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, Black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment.
It was at that time that the separation as
moved necessarily.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees sometimes enslaved blacks in the early 19th century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, Black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment.
Your allotment. Yeah, that's why I went back to what she said. Whoa. Back up to where? To what the white girl was saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much land you get. Yes, y'all go off in this chat. Okay. All right, to where this white girl talking. All right.
known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment.
It was at that time that the separation as citizens between black freedmen and Cherokee by blood was made. The Cherokee freedmen, if they were not also Cherokee by blood, were not given an allotment and thus were not part of the Dawes enrollment process. Allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Of being enslaved.
Allotments to Cherokee.
Under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And
she said it was a government operation. Yeah, straight smoke. Yeah, straight smoke. Government operation. Come on, $5 footlongs. Where y'all at? The fuck? Where y'all at, $5 footlongs? Out here. Woo! Woo! Now let's highlight that. I'll open up the panel in a moment because I would love to have you come up, straight smoke. I just said I was going to just, build with the people, just me and the people building, and I'll interact with the chat, and, kind of let it be a little chill night because I know people get tired of all the confusion and the hoopla John, okay? But we need to clip that. That's a clip, period. A government operation, bruh. They knew what they were doing. That's how it was established. All this blood quantum BS. Stop telling the Negroes they ain't Indians.
Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of
the land became allotments, to Cherokee citizens. So that means if you didn't have a certain type of blood quantum, you ain't get your allotment. What? Bro.
White planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment.
It was at that time that the separation as citizens between black freedmen and Cherokee by blood was made. the Cherokee freedmen, if they were not also Cherokee by blood, were not given an allotment and thus were not part of the Dawes enrollment process.
See, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. That's what happened. Somebody got something. Well, you know, it explains. Oh, God. We got to go back and, yeah, hold on. Let me drop the link. Let me see. Let me get the link. And we're going to dissect that for a second. Because that's nasty work.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment.
It was at that time that the separation as citizens between black freedmen and Cherokee by blood was made. The Cherokee freedmen, if they were not also Cherokee by blood, were not given an allotment and thus were not part of the Dawes enrollment process.
A lot of knowledge that's been erased. The fact that freedman was never in my vocabulary, I never heard that in terms of a designation of my family history. My father always talked about being of part Choctaw ancestry, but his father, who died in 1940, my grandfather, was.
I can tell she a little, you know what I'm saying? Like, your father ain't tell you it was no part Choctaw, nothing. He told you y'all were Choctaw. You're saying part Choctaw because of how you're educated today, Miss Ma'am. But I know he ain't tell you he was no African.
On the roll as a Choctaw freedman. The last person in our family who died, who was on the Dawes rolls, just died this year. She was 94. She was a Choctaw freedman newborn. And when I spoke with her, and whenever I would talk to her, she would always talk about, well, Grandma was Indian, of course, but she never, and I'm part Indian, but she never referred to herself as freedman.
By the 1960s and 70s, self-identification began to carry increasingly intense political meaning, which did not promote harmony between blacks and Indians.
If a man has not discovered something that he will die for, he isn't fit to live.
Beginning in the late 60s, Black power advocates stressed roots and ethnicity in transforming black from a racial category to an ethnic one, dedicated to political action and group betterment.
It would be fitting and symbolic that ships from all over the world entering the Golden Gate would first see Indian land and thus be reminded of the true history of this nation.
Although red power soon gained currency, the civil rights movement at first tended to create tension between the different agendas of blacks and Indians in modern America.
Now, if you move up to the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, what's the advantage?
Ooh, the contemporary Indians was out in the 60s and 70s and 80s, bull. Oh, look at those contemporary Indians.
There of identifying as either African or Indian. Well, this is all tied up in the civil rights movement. The 60s or 70s, the currency there was blackness.
I had a lot of problems in the black community, and they got progressively worse as I got older. And I think part of it was the knowledge that black people were having, the raising of black consciousness with the Black Panther Party and Black Power. And I remember Angela Davis. I remember
that was the problem right there. That whole movement, especially that Black Power movement, that was the biggest no-no. Especially when we're talking about them expressing this whole notion, this idea about roots and ethnicity and who you are. They should have known it wasn't African. Jesse Jackson up there talking about an African American, and you got full-on indigenous roots. And you sitting out here telling black folks that they African American? And I could tell that these people in this documentary are relatively new to this quote African American term. Because the first time it showed up on the census was in the year 2000, African American. The first time it was officially on the census. Like, they completely, yeah, you're right. We got pushed in another direction. That's exactly what happened. This is straight up erasure, bro. Exactly. When was those Native Americans ever classified as a Negro? Never.
Aim and Wounded Knee.
Where's claiming Indian ancestry going to get you anyway, when in the 50s, the movement for civil rights is for African Americans? The Brown versus Board of Ed, the civil rights.
See, the issue with this commentary right here. This type of commentary right here is the reason, is the problem. And no, even in the 60s, we were not called, quote, African Americans. That is not who we were in the 60s. Weren't we called the, quote, Negro in America? Yeah. His commentary was some wild work.
Voting rights case, the civil rights case of 64, the civil rights piece of legislation, Voting Rights Act of 65, those are directed to African Americans. So what does it gain you to declare yourself as Indian? Not till, I'd say, the late 60s, 70s at least.
Right now it's vogue to be Native, whether you're in Lexington, Kentucky, whether you're in Oklahoma, what have you, and whether it's through arts, whether it's through museums, it's vogue, it's popular to be Native now. And so it's very easy for people to say, count me, I'm Native as well. And this, I don't think it's quite that easy.
In the late 20th century, we finally reached a moment in our history where it is possible for members of social groups other than the European Americans to become very, very proud of their heritage, to increase their own awareness of their own heritage. And as a consequence, there are internal pressures inside African American groups to exert their own political influence, their own political force, to find their political voice inside the United States today. This is an absolutely natural and highly commendable movement. Native Americans are doing exactly the same thing in our society today, and they are working very hard to reach the kind of consensus in the Native American world that will give them the power of their own political voices.
Having a powerful political voice is important, but for most people from blended backgrounds, the struggle remains one of finding a clear and proud sense of personal identity.
There's an African American attitude that does not accept the legitimacy of the term Black Indians. All people of African heritage are African. So that the Afrocentric position argues that Black Indians are not Indians, but are in fact African people. So individuals of dual heritage are often caught between white stereotypes about pure blood, what Indians should look like. And on the other side is the Afrocentric position that says that you are not Indian, you are Africans pretending to be something you're not.
Woo! Come on. This brother cooking. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
The Afrocentric position argues that Black
groups,
African American attitude that
very hard to reach the kind of consensus in the Native American world that will give them the power of their own political voices.
Having a powerful political voice is important, but for most people from blended backgrounds, the struggle remains one of finding a clear and proud sense of personal identity.
there's an African American attitude that does not accept the legitimacy of the term Black Indians. All people of African heritage are African. So that the Afrocentric position argues that Black Indians are not Indians, but are in fact African people. So individuals of dual heritage are often caught between white stereotypes about pure blood, what Indians should look like. And on the other side is the Afrocentric position that says that you are not Indian, you are Africans pretending to be something you are not. And, you know, in several instances, this is difficult for individuals. I mean, you know, in many different ways, it places people in positions where they have to negotiate their identity, caught between two extremes, two groups that deny them legitimacy and a place within either community, either the African American community or the Native American community.
At that time in the Black community, it was
Yo, what he said was 100% correct, bro. Like what we deal with two different things on both sides of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? When we're trying to tell people and enlighten them to our indigenous roots that we never came from Africa, bro, it's a problem. Then we got these pretendians up on the reservations, these $5 government operated people telling us we ain't who we are. You know, some of these people was on here cooking for real.
You know, everyone was very conscious of Black is beautiful, and someone like me and my mother, we weren't Black enough. It was difficult because I identified as Black and my family identified as Black and Indian, and yet we were never quite good enough.
There are elements of self-denial in terms of really exploring the history not in terms of just superficial things. How do we dress, or what are we putting on that looks a certain way? Shall I put on something with kente that's going to make me look, and does, you know, wearing the kente cloth make me African, or does wearing a certain choker make me Native American because it's a choker from the Cheyenne Nation? It's something that a lot of people will ask me, why are you even bothering? I mean, this is something that, you know, you're trying not to be Black by saying that you're Indian. Well, of course I say I'm Black first, without question. That's the cultural context in which I've lived my entire life and in which I was raised. Of course, I grew up with, oh, you know, grandma's Indian, and that's something that's there.
Part of it is that old, you know, light skin is better to know what the mixture is with it.
What you going with? Grandma's Indian. Grandma's Indian. But our grandma lying, right? But our grandmother is lying, right? Woo!
Place within either community, either the African American community or the Native American community.
At that time in the Black community, it was, everyone was very conscious of Black is beautiful. And someone like me and my mother, we weren't Black enough. It was difficult because I identified as Black and my family identified as Black and Indian, and yet we were never quite good enough.
There are elements of self-denial in terms of really exploring the history not in terms of just superficial things. How do we dress, or what are we putting on that looks a certain way? Shall I put on something with kente that's going to make me look, and does wearing the kente cloth make me African, or does wearing a certain choker make me Native American because it's a choker from the Cheyenne Nation? It's something that a lot of people will ask me, why are you even bothering? I mean, this is something that you're trying not to be Black by saying that you're Indian. Well, of course I say I'm Black first, without question. That's the cultural context in which I've lived my entire life and in which I was raised. Of course, I grew up with, grandma's Indian, and that's something that's there.
Part of it is that old, light-skinned is better no matter what the mixture is, whether it's Black and Vietnamese or Black and white, but there's a fear that we'll go back to that because it's hard to get rid of one's self-hate and the internalized racism that we have. And I understand that fear. And then there's a certain competition among minorities, rather than working together the way we could. I think there's has been at least a tendency to see if where there have been encounters, it's like, I've suffered more than you have. I was enslaved. Well, our land was taken. I've suffered more than you have. And it kind of gets, I think that kind of flavors
that's the problem.
Colors the interactions.
Much of the talk about
That's the problem right there. That dumb stuff right there. Idiocracy. Seriously. Just cut it out.
identity and political power often leads to a very troubling conflict: blood versus culture. Both Native Americans and African Americans tend to present themselves as an ethnic group rather than race, but that doesn't mean white Americans see it that way. In the past, especially among Southern whites, blood was either pure or polluted. Quote, "It may take one drop of black blood to make a person a Negro, but it takes a lot of Indian blood to make a person a real Indian."
In Western culture, we have invested a great deal of faith in science. And science is by its very nature empirical. It is called scientific racism, and people became obsessed with it in the 19th century. They tried to determine characteristics of particular races and the way in which you could physically identify people of race. They also began to associate what we often consider to be cultural attributes, things that are learned, to race, to genetic makeup. Now, today, we recognize the fallacy of this, but we continue to use the same kinds of categories. That is, we believe that ethnic identity is largely determined by genetics. And I would suggest that assumption is in and of itself a cultural construction. It's a construction that was developed in the 19th century to serve political purposes. It was a construction that was developed in order to enforce the distinction between white and black, in order to maintain the subordination of blacks and Indians, in order to ensure the dominance of whites.
I'm half Indian, half black, and then we're identified three different ways. One by race, natural origin, or color. And the fact that we're bilingual, we feel like we're just as much Indian as anybody. Just because we have a card, just spells out what degree of blood you are. So the term freedman is offensive to some people, but it's not to me. I think it's part of history that people need to know that people that came over here to Oklahoma on the trailer tiers, not all of them were slaves of Indians or white plantation owners.
Uh-oh.
A person who...
Come on now. So when we gonna stop? Because we know what this was reared by. a bunch of theories, social construct bullshit. Straight up. You hit it right on the head, Khalil. Straight up BS. Come on now, bad sociology. That's what this is. That's what's happened. Yeah, because if that was King Cass, I don't got time for that energy. We on some, you know, American Indian vibes right now, young. And I know that's what everybody like to bang on. We like to talk about this. This is the importance. This is what happened. And we need to hold the folks accountable who allowed this to happen and get this history restored and corrected. Because otherwise, bro, we're going to spend more time in limbo than ever before if we don't get this corrected.
Who wants to be viewed as a person who happens to be arguably a walking melting pot, because I have 3 distinct bloodlines and possibly more that I might not even be aware of in my lineage. Good or bad, right or wrong, it's a fact.
I would say some Native people have felt periodically as the necessity of denying Africanness. But that necessity has been created by a steady stream of white originating argument about claiming that you cannot be Indian if you are also black. Initially, it was not Native people who were making that argument. Whites made that argument in the process of disinheriting Native people in various kinds of ways. And some Native people have had to feel they have had to echo those arguments to achieve any kind of regaining of their birthright.
I guess the way it works is people are so used to seeing what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else. But most people don't perceive you as an Indian if you don't look like that poster type Indian that they have on TV.
Who you are is what you were raised and what you believe in your heart and in your soul. It's not something that you take out of the closet and put on because it's the fashion.
I am a Mashantucket Pequot tribal member. I became federally recognized in 1993. Previous to that, I was always known to be an Afro-American. I was told as I was younger that we have Native blood, if you will, and relatives of the Narragansett and the Pequots. I remember as I was growing up, the question was asked a lot if I'm mulatto because of my light skin. And I'm like, no, there are no Caucasians in my family as I know of. But it came clear to me when I was told more of my native side. So that explained to me why the skin is so light. And till this day, I let people know that I am both
like one of the Jacksons, like Jermaine.
Native American and Afro-American. I'm very proud of it. And
yeah, he looks a lot like Jermaine Jackson. And we know that the Jacksons are obviously tribal people. That's why coming for Janet Jackson was crazy work. You're not going to come for no indigenous American, especially the Jacksons, the most indigenous American name there is. Jackson. Period. Okay? Like, we're not going to keep arguing with people, bro. We're not going to keep arguing with people, bro. It's a wrap. All that paying goofy stuff is dead. Everybody knows now. Go ahead, baby. You're welcome. No, thank you. Yeah. Seriously. Outrageous. This documentary is very telling. Very telling. And like, I don't like the certain terms that they're using, but shout out to the chat for being super understanding and being able to discern. And, you know, we pointing out the parts that need to be pointed out and pointing out the key things. So I appreciate the chat for being patient with that word Black and African American, because I know we do not like it. We know that's not who we are. And we don't want to continue to identify ourselves in a space where it's absent of nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Like, literally, even black on that SF 181 form is insulting. The definition behind that, any of the black racial groups in Africa, are you kidding me? And everyone else has a specific landmass or community attachment, if you will. And the black people just out here, these quote black people, these people that you are calling black, these quote African Americans are out here with nothing, just assed out, right? Just completely assed out. None of it makes sense, y'all. That's why I know America is our home. And we gotta get this corrected. This has been a danger, a hindrance to us for so long, bro. And it has not allowed us like to get further. You know, like I was having a conversation with somebody, you know, because a lot of people have a lot of different perspectives. And it's like I meet a lot of people who really think the worst of who we are as people, you know. Black people, quote, black people don't want to do shit anyway. You know, let the migrants come over here because black people don't want to do shit. People have this mindset. And I feel so sad, you know, being a person that's really passionate about our people and knowing the truth about who we are, being true to the land. When I hear people speak like that, it's just speaking bad affirmations and speaking bad energy out into the atmosphere. And we have to stop casting those spells. We're doing that. We're doing that. Like we are the worst on each other. I've never seen anything like it. It's really quite disgusting, actually. Like we all got to stop. Even me, all of us, we got to stop. It's not cute. It's not cute. And that's why certain things, you know, I wish I wouldn't have did, because at the end of the day, when we are going through things with each other, we need to deal with that shit internally. It shouldn't go outside of our spaces and whatever's happening. You know, we need to be dealing with each other accordingly and trying to get things straight and getting back on one page. Because otherwise, we're going to continue to see this wave of division, and never any unity. You know, it's always going to be some people over there, some people over there. Oh, I'm back here over here. You know, so there is going to be a time, you know what I'm saying, where this revolution is really going to start. And we're going to have to all be in the fold with each other, no matter how you feel about one person or the other person, you know, and it just breaks my heart the way that we are. And I think that that's going to be the biggest detriment, because if we don't clear that up, everything that we talk about is for naught. So let's just continue. I'm gonna try to hurry up and wrap this up because we're going on 3 hours. I said I just wanted to do a nice little short live stream and just, you know, really connect with my chat and connect with the audience and just really have a good dialogue with y'all, because it's about the people who watch, it's about the people who tune in, and it's about the people who care about who we are and our place in this country and where we're going and what the fuck we're gonna do about it ultimately. So I just thank you all so much. All the people who came in and out, all the people who liked the video. I just thank you guys. I appreciate your love and support. Trust me, I love y'all the same way, and the feeling is mutual, and we're going to be all right. It's just that we gotta do some work, and we can't be scared to do the work.
And I don't think there's anyone that's going to tell me that I'm not two different, you know, Portuguese, Spanish. I know that's in our bloodline as well. But there's only so much you can put. They don't put on the application, what are you, mutt? That'll be the easiest thing to do. But we don't do that for some reason. We can mutt a dog, but we can't mutt a human being.
It always reminds me of the children's game, you know, paper covers rock, rock breaks scissors, scissors cut paper kind of thing, with respect to this blood business. That any number of drops of so-called white blood don't have any effect on whether a black person is black or whether an Indian is Indian. Okay, but one drop of African blood, and suddenly an Indian isn't Indian and a white isn't white.
Here in Lexington, Kentucky, it's so important. People honestly don't look at me on the street and see my name, Victor Hazen. Oh yeah, Narragansett. probably doesn't dawn on them. It probably says, African American by virtue of my pigmentation. But they need to see the best African American they can see if that's what they see in me. They need to see the best Native American that they can see if that's what they see in me. I doubt if they see the European blood that I have in my line, because that's not relevant to them. Because my pigment suggests something different to them. But that's their problems, their issues to deal with. But they've got to see the best me that they can see.
The Indian is a cultural question, it seems to me, and it's a cultural question. When the federal government conducts hearings on whether a tribe is authentic or not, talks about practices, talks about organization, all of those are cultural questions. And yet the mainstream white community uses the term Indian as a racial term and sees one drop of black blood as the sort of rock that breaks the scissors, or the paper that covers the rock.
There is no reason why one has.
That lady was cooking, bro. That white lady was cooking. I gotta stop doing that. That lady was cooking. She was cooking. Hold up. Let me just go back to her one more time, because she cooked a few times. So it's a lot of stuff I'm going to clip from this and make shorts out of, and just try to keep the content coming, keep you guys entertained. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's some stuff I'm working on the back end that I'm gathering some research up for, that I'm trying to get together to get, pushed out here to y'all, and just trying to keep the content coming. Most importantly, like I said, some more like original content, some things that I'm working on, ideas that I have that, I want to explore. And, I'm excited to bring y'all into my world, man. And we're going to get some stuff popping, because some things just going to be exclusive for y'all, because the stuff that I'm working hard on, I don't want everybody to have access to that. But we'll see, though. We'll see, as time goes on, and, what comes together, and, it's just going to work itself out.
They have my line, because that's not relevant to them. Because my pigment suggests something different to them. But that's their problems, their issues to deal with. But they've got to see the best me that they can see.
The Indian is a cultural question, it seems to me, and it's a cultural question. When the federal government conducts hearings on whether a tribe is authentic or not, talks about practices, talks about organization, all of those are cultural questions. And yet the mainstream white community uses the term Indian as a racial term, and sees one drop of black blood as the sort of rock that breaks the scissors, or the paper that covers the rock.
There is no reason why one has to aspire to be something one is not. There's no reason.
The paper that covers the rock. My God.
Reason why one should not be a mixture of Native American and African American, or even European American, and be proud of it. In each of those heritages, in each of those histories, there are things to be proud of.
Each one of us chooses a culture. Each one of us sees ourselves, images ourselves as a part of a group. We all need to belong to groups. There's nothing in the world wrong with that. What is important is that we should look to our own group, look to ourselves, learn who we are, be comfortable with who we are, be proud of who we are, and use our own culture base as the basis for that pride.
Someone who is a quarter French Canadian and a quarter Italian and half Irish, to be one of those things, or asks them to exclude all but one of those as a way of making their own identity. And people ask that of African descended people, and they ask that of Native descended people all the time.
I'm not going to tell someone you are or you aren't who you say you are. I think that we need to have fundamental respect for people as individuals as well as communities. And when someone says to me, I am an Indian, I'm an African Indian, I am white, I accept what those people tell me. I think that the whole notion of ascribing ethnicity to people is something that we should have left in the 19th century.
Nowhere is the desire to find harmony and strength in these blended identities more pronounced than in the way parents view interracial children.
My name is Darrell Wixon, and I am half black and Wampanoag. My dad was known to many people as a Sachem, which in our language, if you translate that into English, would be a chief. And he worked a lot for the benefit of the people. And he believed strongly in that way of thinking. And because he had that strength in that direction, he instilled that into us as his children.
I have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and I have 1 granddaughter. And my children were raised just like I was raised in both heritages. They know that they're Afro-American, but I have raised them in a Native American culture, with them not forgetting that they are Afro-American, so that they know all their roots of the African American, and that they definitely know their Native American roots, because we speak about it, we live it every day.
My children, I have a 12-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter. My children are also of a mixed background, naturally. Their father being Afro-American and their mother being Native American. And my children are raised as such. Their father is very active and very proud and very involved in his history and his culture. And that has been shared on with the children from the time.
See, it just continues a division that I don't like, but I think it looked like it's getting ready to end, but I still feel like it has some good overall talking points.
American background that comes not only from my side of the family, but through my wife's as well, and that there is indeed European American blood in them as well. Now, what they choose to do with it as they grow, provided they have the information, is up to them to establish for themselves.
Black, Native American, white, because always remember that your family, regardless how large or small it is, we all have different cultures in it. I have white people in my family, I have black people in my family, I have Portuguese, I have whatever I have. Don't look at your family and don't look at their skin color, is what I'm just saying. That is your family, that's your bloodline. These people are your blood. You should not be prejudiced against your own family, because that will create war within itself.
The way my background is being half and half. My children don't have that, because they are instilled being Indian on both sides. So, and because of my dad and the influence of my own family, I was able to see certain things and have another mate in life that's also a Native person. So with that, it makes us stronger as a people. As far as blood and as far as culture, it comes back. And then with us as a people that have been this type of way of thinking, that the way I think myself, also have tried to marry within their own and keep that blood going strong as a people. And so with that, we're not being wiped out. We're not being assimilated. Many of us, we are becoming stronger.
My son was asked by a reporter the other day, how come you're so good in basketball? He told the reporter, if you were black and Indian, you'd be good too. So, some of your world's greatest athletes, Jim Thorpe was a Native American. Jesse Owens was black and Indian. So we're unique and we're special, and my kids understand that. I feel like they were raised in a traditional Indian home. When your wife's full-blood Cherokee and your dad's half Indian, you speak Cherokee every day, a little of that rubs off on you.
I think there is now a greater tolerance in American society for difference. It is perhaps the case, although this is a contested statement, it is perhaps the case that the American pie is not as large as it once had been. But I think America is still a work in progress.
I think people of African Indian ancestry, we don't know what to do with them. Are they Indian? Are they black? We're not ready to acknowledge them as black Indians or Indian blacks the way they're willing to acknowledge them themselves. So I think it's important to acknowledge who they are, that they have a history, that history is important to American history.
You know, when people first fall in love with each other, there's one particular thing that perhaps attracts them to each other. And I remember the one thing I will always remember when I asked my mom and dad, what was it about each other that, how did you two get together? My mom said that she absolutely loved my father's dark, rich skin, deep brown eyes, and this long, dark, wavy hair. And my father said that he had adored the fact that my mother had this really coral-colored skin and these sort of sable-colored eyes. I remember my dad often spoke of my mother's sable eyes. And rounder cheeks, and they were just opposites of each other as far as features are concerned, and they loved that about each other.
A lot of it has to do with spirit. If the spirit's inside you, and you feel a certain way, then that's the people that you are. That's the people that you're going to be.
There is definitely an invisible bond there, a sort of umbilical cord, as it were, that has been passed on from my grandmother and her grandmother before her, that have all somehow culminated in this wonderful, beautiful little spirit that is my daughter. And it's not on paper. It's not anything that she can go to a governmental role necessarily and find validation in, but it is most certainly a valid part of her being.
Being a black Indian.
That's really. Now they finally played the commercial. I can't even get mad.
And sometimes difficult history. It means not simply tolerating differences, but learning to embrace them. And in doing so, matters of blood and color and culture give way to a truer sense of who we really are.
All right, y'all. So that's the end. I kind of just wanted y'all to see these damn pictures that they got up here without playing a little song, because I don't got time for no nonsense. Yeah, look at those Indians. The true people. They know what time it is. I don't need, look at that. I don't even know why they would sit up here and play. Look at that. I really think some of the main things that stuck out definitely was the fact that obviously the Dawes Commission and the Dawes Rose and all of the things that went on with that being a complete government operation. Obviously, we already know what time it is, bro. Like, these people were complicit. I think another thing that stood out too was what he said about the native tongue and not being able to speak in our tongues, especially in public, and being in church and using that place as our place of gathering and meeting. And it's the same today. It's the same today. Yeah, I was only letting that play so y'all could see, shout out to Jaguar Bird who posted this video. Thank you for posting this and keeping us in the know. Thank you. All right, family. So let me see. So I have a few minutes for dialogue. If anybody would like to come up and talk about some of the key points and some of the things that stood out to them and what they enjoyed. You know, otherwise it's going to be a nighty night for me, but I'm going to put the link in the chat and I'm going to play a song. I wish I had Juice song downloaded because I'll just play that. Matter of fact, let me just pull up Juice song real quick. So y'all couldn't hear the music. Hold up.
Yeah. With them wild Indians like though. Say what? Hit 'em high, hit 'em low. Aboriginal flow. You pants best to lay low and get the wrath for show. Coming round here trying to tell us who we is, but these niggas don't know who the fuck they is. With that pseudo talk about we came on boats, chained on boats, fools can't even stay afloat. The fate league, where they all get choked out, smoked. Riding on them boards with the truth we spoke. Deplete they whole fleet, burnt mesquite, tear them out the frame. Every time we bang, bing bing on they brains. Got them slumped up on the panels. Fools don't stand on candles. World all in shambles and begging for handles. Sitting at the back door for hours talking about let me in. Nah, nigga, we ain't friends. It's all about the Aboriginals, wild Indians. It's all about the Aboriginals, them wild Indians. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. That's what's up. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. When I see a kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Look up for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan, 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 when I see a pan, kill 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 a pan, when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, when I see a pan, when I see a pan, when I see a pan, kill a pan, when I see a pan, when I see a pan, when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, when I see a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan.
All right, what's going? Who is this?
It's Robert Lee. How you doing?
Oh, okay. I thought you were King Cass.
Nah.
Okay, just had to make
I
sure.
want to ask you a question about the video you were just playing.
Okay.
You remember the guy said him and his wife were speaking Cherokee?
I do.
And nobody could understand them, not the white people, not the Mexican people, not the black people.
Yes, I remember that.
So if he was speaking Cherokee and y'all say the Indians' native language is English, which y'all speak every day, then what was he speaking?
Well, that's why they showed examples of the syllabary. You must have missed that part.
Nah, I know all about that. I
Okay, so yeah, granted, people may not have understood it. That's fine, but I feel like they also explained why a lot of us don't speak it. Did you hear that part?
Or why people don't speak Cherokee?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't know it.
No, but did you hear them say why though?
Oh, the guy said they wasn't allowed to speak it.
Oh, okay.
But check this out. That don't mean they didn't speak it. He said they spoke it in the church.
I didn't say they didn't, but but it's possible that a language could be lost like that. And yes, some people may still possess it, but that doesn't make you more or less of anything. You understand?
Not quite, but
Okay.
I go with that. Just another question though. Them people don't deny that they was mixed, right? They clearly said they was Indian and black mixed. They don't deny that.
Okay.
So like, where are these dark-skinned Indians that Vino always like to talk about, Smoke Signal like to talk about? Because all the people that you showed that was black and Indian mixed, they was like a brown. The darkest one was the guy that said him and his wife was speaking. Most of the other ones was like a light brown. None of them was dark skinned. Would you agree with that?
I think you mean dark. What is dark skin? You mean like a chocolate mocha kind of dark? You just saw a young. Like, okay, well, the young woman that older woman who was speaking,
she wasn't Narragansett, she was Choctaw, and she
but very dark, right?
But she was descendant of freemen too.
But very dark, right?
But she was descendant of freemen, so that proved for African.
So a descendant of freemen means what? Because see, here's the issue. When we're talking about a social construct, when we're talking about 19th century social engineering, a lot of this is going on. So this is what I showed the video for, to point out the intentional separation, the intentional denial, and the narrative of slavery contributing to that. So that was my reason for showing the video. So I understand when they speak and, and they say mix this and mix that for the sake of television purposes or what have you. Because we also heard the gentleman speak and clearly say that Paul Cuffey was not an African.
No, he says.
Do we need to go back?
He said he was mixed.
No. Let's go back.
But all the documents about Paul Cuffey say his father was African.
Let's go back because we don't want to make any mistakes here. And I appreciate you being respectful because my chat want me to drop you.
Oh yeah, I was the one talking shit in the chat. You know how y'all, the echo chamber, they don't want to hear nobody go against what they think. But I mean, if the truth can stand on its own, that's how I look at it. I don't think I know it all, and I don't mind learning something. So that's the only reason why I've been kind of checking y'all out lately, because I grew up around all this, and it's pretty clear to me. But I thought y'all was gonna bring some groundbreaking evidence, and y'all have yet to done it. So
you don't think that the reclassification is groundbreaking evidence?
I know how that.
You don't think that the notion of the slave trade and the numbers and the inaccuracy behind that. No eyewitness accounts.
I mean, but the way y'all
Nothing.
y'all
Hold on,
act
baby.
like
Nothing
y'all
that.
act like
No, hold on, baby, because now we got to talk about what's logical here and what's feasible, what is actually real, and not using our imagination and what we believe, right? About what's evident, right? What's factual, right? So I just want us to stay there because I know what social engineering does. And I know what it has done to us. I know what separation has done. I know what caste systems has created. And it has separated an entire people from who they are. And there's always these vague descriptions around who we are as these, quote, African Americans or these, quote, Negroes, or that they're trying to, mulattoes, whatever it is, colored. And there's a discrepancy there that needs to be straightened. And that's it. You know, like it's not, and whether people want to feel like there's a mixture there or not, you're entitled to feel that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to tell people how to feel about anything, but being brown does not equal Africanness. Being a brown person, whether a lightest of light and the darkest of chocolate like OTK, that doesn't matter in the realm of who you are. You feel me on that?
With that one drop rule, who that apply to? Light skinned people or dark skinned people?
The one drop rule applied to whoever they felt it applied to.
But what I'm saying
was put in the classification categories.
But that's what I'm asking you.
That's lookership. We know this.
So when you look at when they looked at a very dark skinned person, what would they say to that person?
You're saying what would they say to that person?
I mean, would they accuse
we never ask people what do they think, who are they?
No, this is what I'm asking you.
Their lineage say they are. Because
what I'm asking you.
Someone in
But this is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, straight smoke. I so you could join. Let me drop it again. I apologize, Robert Lee. Go ahead.
When they was questioning, when they made that one drop rule, right? They wouldn't specifically targeting darker people. They was targeting lighter people. That's why they were saying, even if you got one drop of African blood in you, then you're gonna be considered a Negro. They didn't question whether the darker people was Negro or not. They only questioned the lighter people, that look like these Narragansett people. You feel what I'm saying?
That's an interesting statement because I said, no, that's an interesting statement. Because I would say that it didn't matter. It did depend on how light or white you were. Because a dark person was automatically put in a, quote, colored box or a, quote, Negro box. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but that's still lookership.
But still,
it doesn't take away from who they are and where they come from, their homeland, that base. And being told that you're an African is completely different from being an African.
When you mix a Native American and a Negro together, how that child gonna look?
Are you asking me?
Very tough. Very tough.
Is it gonna look like the guy on the screen?
I'm sorry, sir. I want to stick to the topic. I want to stick to the topic, and I want to go along with the topic. That's what my design is. I'm just filling in what you're saying, and of course not. You and I both know that is a beta male. So I want you to refrain from anything else. If we can go ahead and stick to the topic, it would be great. How you doing, Sharice? Missed you so much.
Yes, peace, straight smoke. How you doing? Thank you for coming to the panel.
I have to do it. I even had to go and put my dumb verses up. Let's go.
All right. Question again.
All right, go ahead,
When you mix an Indian and a Negro together, whether it's a female Indian or female Negro and a male Indian or male Negro, is the child
Mm-hmm.
gonna come out in the complexion of this guy on the screen, or is he gonna come out dark skinned like OTK?
The
Well,
American
you have to.
is the Negro.
Can we do one thing real quick? Just
Can
real
we
quick.
answer this question first though?
Okay. No, we gonna answer the question because that's
I mean,
the
it's a
first and
simple,
foremost thing
it's
about it.
simple.
You
Therefore,
said, hold on. If I could, you said if we mix the Indian,
Indian,
if you call, right?
Indian
From
with the
mm-hmm,
Negro,
with the Negro.
with the child appear to come out in a complexion like the guy we got on the screen right here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Would the child come out with the complexion of the person that we have on the screen right here? If
Or
we
would
mix
it
the
come out
Indian,
dark skinned
hold
like
on.
OTK?
You said if we mix the Indian and the Negro, would the child come out with the complexion on the
No,
person that's on the
that ain't
screen?
what I said. Let me say it again since you ain't understanding what I'm saying. If you
I'm
mix an Indian,
reiterating what you're saying, sir.
no, you didn't. You
With the
mixed it. You
Negro.
mixed it up.
We're
You
gonna
mixed
keep
it up
it
on
cute.
purpose.
We're gonna keep it cute,
Wow.
okay? Go ahead.
If you mix an Indian person, if an Indian and a
Mm-hmm.
Negro get together, would the child
Mm-hmm.
come out the complexion of the guy on the screen or OTK complexion?
Okay.
See, I think you're talking about genetics, though. Like
I'm
think,
talking about skin variation.
yeah,
No,
you're talking about genetic skin variation, sir. So let's
hold on.
Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
ma'am. No, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's okay. I'm
No, I'm
sorry.
saying
Go ahead.
so we can't determine how light or dark someone would be. And I think that when you're saying an Indian and a Negro, I think that the notion that it's two different things is the issue at hand. So when
And that's where I have a problem. Because y'all forcing Negro and Indian to be the same thing. But these people up here clearly tell you, that whole video told you that Negro and Indians are different. These people clearly told you that they are mixed with Indian and Negro. This
I
is why
understand
they look
what
the way
the
they
video
look.
stated, but I didn't show the video to validate any of those points that you're trying to validate. I'm showing the video to show how intertwined our history is and how they erased us completely from this history. And now we have a slave trade narrative that is our history, that is defining who we are. And that is incorrect and false.
Sister
And
Sharif, could you, Sister, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Sister Sharif, if you could you go back to where I was really saying this?
Where would you like me to go back to?
Where it was the bulky face whitey, excuse me for any kind of disparages towards the person that was on the screen. I'm just giving a simple highlight to what I was saying. And yep, that was almost her. That was almost her.
Oh, like you said, the bulky white.
Yeah, she was a heavy set. You know, I'm trying to be nice. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Because I said she said one thing that it went over everybody's head through time and memorial. Did you hear me? Time and memorial. So that the record is already there. Okay, let's get that understood. Does everybody understand that these other people know? Hold on, brother. Just let me finish out what I'm saying. These other people already know who you are. You don't. They already know through time and memorial how they wiped out and did what they did through colonialism, through Reconstruction, through everything they need to do to say that this land is theirs. Do you understand that? I don't think you do, but it's okay. My name is Straight Smoke, And these are the views I hold for myself, not my sister Cerise.
Thank you. All right, Robert Lee. Because I don't know. I mean, so what is your position? And kind of help me understand what's your disposition towards the information.
Oh, well, I don't believe all Negroes are mixed with Indian or affiliated with Indian. I believe it's a difference in the people.
Or
You got
Africans.
your African descent
Or
people, and you
no,
got
no,
your
no.
Native
Or
American
African.
descent people.
Or Africans. I don't believe Negroes was affiliated with none of them. Now
She
what?
asked me though, right? She asked me, so I was
Okay,
giving
you
my
right.
opinion.
You right. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm
So
sorry.
I believe Negro, Black, and sometimes when they use color, you know what I'm saying, it could be referred to as people of African descent. Only time I think, now when they do use the term color, it could refer to a person of mixed heritage. But there's no, I don't understand why y'all deny Negro means African descent. And y'all make Negro, y'all try to turn the Negro that was brought here to America into the Indian. And that's where the problem coming at.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
And see, the
Okay.
only reason why I have a problem with it, because y'all don't see how y'all erasing two people. You erasing the Native Americans and you erasing the Black people that are mixed with them. Because you saying, no, the mixed people don't exist or the Native Americans don't exist. The Negroes are the real Native Americans. And I think that's, you know what I'm saying, that's wild to me. Because some of you may be mixed with Native American. I'm not saying that some of you are not mixed with Native American. What I'm saying is it's a difference between natives and people of African descent. They don't.
You finished?
Those two together.
Oh, okay, he went out. You went out a little bit.
No, I'm saying.
No, I'm saying you went out a little
I
bit.
had got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
You and me, sis, Cerise, me and you. You go.
Go ahead.
No. It's always your platform.
No,
I
go ahead and
respect
take
you.
it. No. Go ahead and take it.
Okay. Well, okay. If I could just highlight a couple things. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much. What I really want to highlight is two things. It's not the cutting out of something, it's more so the cutting in of something. It is the roots of something that has been here longer than any other thing that has been here. And it's the cutting out of something that was always here. That is not going to happen. You're not going to say that this is how anything started in this landmass, anything that of this nature, when you give credit to everything else geographically, but you don't give credit to anything here that was already here geographically. I'm just going to talk real straight out facts. I understand how you may want to view the education that you have or anything of that nature. That's fine, and I'll explore that with you, only to suggest and always come back to the same format that it was always been and will always be: us. I digress.
Yeah, and let's go back a little bit too, because like when he says that we're trying to erase a people, we're not. The erasure has already occurred, and it's not because it's this idea that we're at the bottom of a ship chained together for months at a time, at least 3 months, going en masse across an ocean to get here and build this new world. It's outrageous and it's preposterous. And like I keep going back to this Afrocentric idea. These are all ideas. These were all things that came about with certain movements. They explained that. So when you know, it's like when people look at things, sometimes we only dissect certain things. We only look at certain things. But when you look at the overarching picture, they are telling you how these movements constructed an entire African ideology, an entire generation believing that roots somehow is connected to them in this way.
Sharice,
And that's the truth. Yes.
Sharice, can I go ahead and say this seriously?
Hey, Cosmon.
This is the end all be all. This is the end all be all. What's up, Cosmon? This the end all be all. Hey, this is what it is. Did you register? Hold on. Listen to me. Did you register to be a Christian? Did you register to be a Muslim? What did you register at? That was where you got your guidance from, through certain people. Okay? That's all it is. What thesaurus did you go and look at? What dictionary did you go and look at? What record keeping did you look at to give you your opinion about anything? The whole thing about it is one thing. Everybody has their own perspective.
So
That's
how can
the
y'all
whole
deny
thing.
these people perspective then? How can you watch this video of these people giving y'all
How can
their
you deny
history
us
and
our
y'all
perspective? How can you deny us our perspective?
Because
You hold on. You're the type of person that accept a mongoloid before you accept your own skin tone. A mongoloid
is the type of person that asks a question with no answers. He assume he know the answers, but he don't know.
Y'all gonna
You dig what I'm
this-
talking about?
Y'all gonna listen to Cosmon, the nigga who believe a white man told him some shit. He was on meth. Like y'all really gonna listen to the Owaspy nigga?
They're gonna listen.
He
What Cosmon has done is Cosmon, since you like to keep my name in your mouth, Cosmon has credibility.
Nigga, you have no credibility.
I
You
have
believe a
more
fucking
credibility
white
than you
man-
could count.
You believe
You dig
a
what I'm
white
talking
man
about? My thing is, can't nobody ever said I told a lie.
told you
I
niggas
ever
the
did
truth.
nothing
Are you
wrong to him.
serious, my nigga?
I don't got no smut on my name. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not. And listen, I'm not a low vibratory, racist, biased bigot like you. You dig what I'm
So
talking
what
about?
the fuck the Owaspy got to do with the
Listen. You come from a long line of hoe ass niggas, bro.
Nigga,
This
your
is why
mama
you
come
acting
from
like
a
a
whole
hoe
line
right
of
now.
hoe-ass niggas. Watch your mouth, nigga. If you can't
I'm
keep
just
it
saying, your
respectful,
daddy,
then we
your
gonna get
granddaddy was a
disrespectful,
hoe.
nigga.
Your daddy a
mama,
hoe.
nigga.
Why wouldn't you be one?
Your mama was the biggest hoe in
Okay,
Detroit.
I'm with that. We know. I'm with that. But see, mine wasn't slaves.
Come on, brother.
Ain't no white man raped my grandmama.
Ain't now rape
Come on,
mom.
we ain't doing
Yes, he
that.
did.
We can't do
know
that.
ain't now rape
We can't do
yours,
that.
nigga. Look how black your ass
So this is what I'm saying. So this is
Sister
what I'm saying.
Sharice, play a video or something.
No,
please.
hold on, calm down.
Yeah, hold on.
This is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Stop pushing your
No,
ideology on people.
I asked the question. I ain't
Ooh.
pushing no ideology.
Okay.
You pushing ideology. I asked the question.
Well,
simple
will you
question.
admit first that you ignorant about the topic?
Ignorant at all. You ignorant.
Right. Well, why you asking questions if you ain't ignorant?
I asked
Sis.
question.
Big Dog, who are you? Who is this with Big Dog name? I'm not gonna let you on the panel.
Yeah, that's not Big Dog. I don't know who that is.
All right. Listen, y'all, just keep it, it's all good. We gonna
It's
have
100. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm just saying. You dig what I'm talking about? When they get disrespectful though, and I get disrespectful back, they get
nigga,
hurt.
You get disrespectful first. You say little slick shit and act like
No,
somebody
you came up here and
educated,
said, Cosmon, y'all gonna believe him? He believe a white book or a white man? Or nigga, the white man told you he didn't write the book.
Yeah, you
He
did
got it
say
from the angels. He got it.
Yeah, you was disrespectful as soon as I said hello.
He got it from the angels, right?
No.
Get it from the angels.
No,
All right,
man.
don't come on the panel with any foolishness.
Yeah,
ain't
that's
disrespect
not
you.
that ain't
I
cool.
talked about
I wasn't
damn
talking to
white
you,
man.
Robert Lee.
Huh?
I wasn't talking to you, Robert Lee. I was talking to Big Homie.
Well, I'm just saying, Cosmo. I was talking about
Maybe
the
I
white
should.
man you get your information from.
Man,
How did I disrespect
You don't know
you?
nothing about
that's
it.
what y'all do. This is what we on.
No, we ain't on that. He just need to shut up. He don't know
You know what I'm
nothing.
saying?
He just mad because I point out the fact that he's ignorant about the topics.
There you
Right?
go
He be
again.
hurt. Robert Lee, I'm
There
still
you
gonna
go.
whoop
There
your
you go
feet,
again.
Robert Lee.
Sister Sharice,
Yes.
if you could go back into that timeline to where that chick said, that big face chick said, time and memorial. I am trying to illustrate something. They're saying it out loud. They're saying it out loud. Please. Yeah, it's right before her. Right before her. Right after him. It's a big face chick that come up and say time and memorial. They robbed you of your time and memorial and reduced your culture. And they called it culture after they reduced your time and memorial. Go ahead. It's muted.
Anyways, what up, though, Sharif?
It's
the word?
muted. It's muted.
It's muted.
Yeah.
It's muted.
Oh, y'all can't hear it? Oh, shit.
No. Go ahead, press
No,
play.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Damn. There it go. All right, hold up, because I had... Damn.
Citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission.
Were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens. Indeed,
there it is. Stop! 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 Stop!
I stopped it.
Oh my God! Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Did you hear it?
Hear what, brother?
Please, God, please, 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 for the love of all you know, did you hear that statement?
Elaborate.
Just a little bit.
What I get from that, right? Let me say what I get from that.
Her, right there. Her. That big face bit. Excuse me. That big face.
The whole construction of the Dawes roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular,
is before.
It was before that. I mean, 35 seconds.
To Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the
The
Dawes
one in the
Cherokee were
white
once
her.
again part of a government operation known as
Under the Dawes
Her in
Commission,
that white dress.
these Cherokee
memorial became individual.
slaves.
There it is.
For example,
Just a little bit.
Cherokees sometimes
any
5 seconds.
particular ancestry,
No,
right,
listen.
by which
citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens. Indeed,
So explain what she's saying. That's what everybody is asking.
Can I say
Exactly. She said the land that was held for time and memorial.
Yes, Oklahoma.
No, God damn. No.
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 She's not talking about Oklahoma?
No.
Are you fucking
Did you guys just see the map?
No.
It
Did you see the map?
showed you Oklahoma on the map.
bro.
Oh my God, you. Oh my God, are we done? Okay, I see what I'm faced with. I'm good. I'm good.
Hey,
I'm
are the
good.
Cherokee in Oklahoma?
Can I? I'm gonna just. I can't do this
freeze
no
it on the
more.
map.
I can't do this no more.
Are
Go ahead.
the Cherokee in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay.
The Cherokee are in Oklahoma?
Allotments to
No, they not.
You got the Eastern brand in North Carolina, but nigga, the Cherokee is in Oklahoma.
Bro.
Please, did you please? And I want you,
Go back to it, so
Sister
you can figure it
Sharice.
out.
Hold on. If you can pause this, pause it. Pause it.
It's
I just want you to do the one thing that I know you can do. You see the timestamp. That's the one thing. The one thing that everybody needs to understand is the timestamp. When you see this big jaw ass woman, white woman, Caucasian woman, say this, I really want you to pay attention because she's going to say time and memorial. You really need to understand that. And I will digress.
Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for...
Right, that map say Delaware and some other shit. Like Delaware.
Ass nigga.
Where? That say where? So you saying?
Yeah, they don't move over there till.
So let me ask this question. So are you saying the Cherokee controlled the whole?
That's got Missouri on this map. They got the big Cherokee right through it.
Listen, what she is talking about is when they
If
forced
you
the
could.
Cherokee to Oklahoma.
No, she's
Okay.
not.
No, she's not.
Fuck
Because
all
it
that.
happened way before
No, fuck,
that
no,
time.
no. I'm about to get really into it. I'm about to get really into it. I really hold on, bro. I really wish. I really.
Let Sharice finish.
Because it's
Let her
not
finish
just
what you said.
that. It's not just that. It's not just that. This is also about land.
The land.
This is about land. Who's going, who's staying, and who's going to the res.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
The land. And who still has the land? And who still had it? Negroes.
Oklahoma
Up until
right
19. This is not Oklahoma.
That's not
though.
Oklahoma, boy.
I'm telling you. That's not Oklahoma. Not just Oklahoma.
Okay, let me ask this. Before y'all go on the rant. Let me ask this. Did
On
they
a
not,
rant?
did they force the
Rant is
Cherokee?
crazy.
Did they force the Cherokee to Oklahoma?
Hold on. Before you answer that question, what year did the lady say in the thing that she was talking about?
I'm not
He don't
answering
know.
the question before you
He
answer
don't
my
know.
question.
He don't know.
Now,
How I
now,
don't fucking know?
first of
I'm
all,
paying attention.
first of all,
I'm
she's
paying
talking about the time of the Dawes Rolls. What you don't know, ignorantly, you're asking this silly question. What year did the Cherokee? What year did the Cherokee go to Oklahoma?
Did they not supposed to get a Freeman land too?
What year did they go to Oklahoma?
What year did they go to Oklahoma? You should know this. You should know this.
Yeah, you should know this. Or are you stupid, Robert Lee? Since you asking all these questions.
Yo, for real, Cosmon, you go again, my nigga, saying slick bullshit for
I'm
no
gonna
reason.
disrespect you
We
every
trying to-
time, Robert Lee, because you disrespected me.
Nigga, I ain't disrespect you.
I'm just pointing out that you're
I'm
ignorant.
gonna say this shit nicely one
You're
more time.
ignorant.
Right? I'm gonna say this shit nicely one more
You
time.
should know that.
What year did the Cherokee get removed to Oklahoma? It's a simple
right. You should know that. That's easy. That's
The Dawes
easy.
Rolls
Y'all
is
can
at
keep
least
asking
20
me
or 30
questions
years
without
after that. Probably 40 years after
60.
that happened.
60.
Bullshit. It
y'all
was
keep
way
saying
before that. Cause you hold on.
Y'all
For
can
a
keep asking me
lot of
questions,
motherfuckers that
answer
don't know.
not one of my
Hold on. For a lot of motherfuckers that don't know, you had to register first. There was a pre-registration for that shit.
See what
Don't
Robert
you
Lee
get it?
don't know is the people had already been over there.
The
since
fuck is going
1830.
on?
Listen, hold on.
Fuck is going on?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. What Robert Lee ignorantly doesn't know is that they had been over in Oklahoma since 1830, 60 plus years before there was ever a Dawes Road.
Yep.
So you don't know what
Correct.
the hell you're talking about.
So what's the
Now where we at?
the land allotment? The land allotment that they was talking
The
about.
land allotment?
Whatever
Through
the
who?
property that they
Through
was talking
who?
about, right?
Through who?
Property
Land
through who?
allotment through who? No. I know how the land got allotted. I know how the land got allotted. Fuck what you talking about. How did the land get allotted through you?
Smoke is
Huh?
okay.
How did you learn of land allotment through you? Huh? I know how it go.
What I'm trying to say.
Let's go. Let's go.
The Cherokee, the land that the government
Land
was giving the
allotment,
Cherokee,
dog.
The freedmen
Was
had
they
found out
enlisted?
that the
Were
Cherokee,
they enlisted?
the freedmen find out that
Were they enlisted?
Hey yo, if we ain't gonna have a civilized conversation, then there's nothing. to
Robert
talk
Lee, you don't know enough to have.
Whoa, hold on. Were they enlisted?
Hold on. You don't know enough to have a good faith conversation.
Were they enlisted?
Instead of asking all these questions, you should just sit back and
Yo, if
learn.
you ain't got the fucking answer, then nigga.
No, I
shut
got the
fuck up.
answers.
I got a whole bunch of motherfucking answers,
Hey,
nigga.
hold on, Smoke. God damn, Smoke. This is what I'm trying to. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You can't ask
Overtime,
questions.
baby.
You can't ask
Overtime. Let's
You don't-
go.
You can't ask questions that you can't ignorantly ask questions.
I'm gonna ask you this question, man. Was the
can't
freedmen
ask-
supposed
Robert
to get
Lee.
land? Was the Cherokee supposed to give the freedmen
You sure?
the Cherokees land too?
Once they was given their title of being Cherokee, sure.
But the Cherokee was like, "Fuck that. We ain't trying to get them niggas."
Did you hear what I said?
I ain't paying you.
Or
No
are you
attention
stupid?
Right now. I'm asking
Oh,
fucking
Lord.
Sharif. You yelling like a bitch ass nigga. You don't want to.
No, I'm telling you, they got their recognition from the people that enslaved them. What the fuck you don't get? They got their recognition from the people that enslaved them. What don't you get?
You talking about the Cherokee? The Cherokee
Oh my
people
God.
that enslaved them, right?
Mm.
Talking about the freedmen.
What freedmen?
So the freedmen.
Name
don't exist
one.
now?
Name one.
The freedmen don't exist.
Free who? Free who? Free who?
Sharif.
Let's back up. Go. Let's back up. Go ahead. Now,
that
answer
video
your question.
did not- did
He
that
don't want
video
this smoke.
You played then just said that the freedmen found out that the Cherokee
He don't want this.
wasn't giving them, they wasn't getting their land that they was promised for becoming equal citizens of the Cherokee Nation, like the government told the Cherokee to do. Did that shit not just did the video not say that?
I think you're misinterpreting that.
Yeah, you misinterpreting it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's
And what year? What year did this happen? Did they
Hold
make
on,
them
hold on,
good
hold
citizens?
on.
That's not what
Hold on.
I see what he's trying to get
Hold
from that.
on.
That's not what
No,
is-
no, hold on.
It
Hold
wasn't.
on.
Hold on.
No,
You got to
no.
be quiet.
Hold on.
Because it wasn't until this Dawes Roll situation that this
Correct.
freedman situation came about.
Came up. Exactly.
That's
There
what-
was no
that's the
such
part that
thing
you're
as a
missing
freed nothing until the Dawes rose.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start putting everything into
gotta do.
fucking perspective. Let's start putting everything into perspective.
You got to know history. You got to be able to put these things on the timeline and speak concisely. So when are you claiming that they made this contract with these freedmen? Robert,
I would love to know that one. Please.
Do you
Come
know
on,
Robert
brother.
Lay? Or are you still ignorant on this point, Robert Lay? Do you need me to beat your back? Huh?
You know what's funny?
I would
about
love
you,
to
my
know
nigga?
that one.
You know what's funny about you, Cosmon?
Ain't nothing funny about Cosmon.
How about you just answer the question and stick to the information?
I don't know.
Let's stick. Come
You
on.
buck dancing.
Come on, man. Let's stick to the
Hey,
information.
Smoke.
Come on, man. I don't want to do this.
Smoke,
I
you
only
good?
have limited time. I
You
only
good?
have limited
Hold on. Okay,
motherfucking
well,
time.
all right. Well, if you got limited time, let's keep it limited. What I'm trying to tell him is, you if you are descendant of a slave, this ain't your history, Robert Lee.
Bro,
Right.
I got.
If you a descendant of a slave, you
Then you a descendant of a slave.
Listen, unlike y'all, right?
You're African.
You an African, bro.
Listen,
You a
unlike
slave.
y'all.
Unlike us, you're a slave.
You're a slave.
Listen, man, the
No,
motherfucker ain't
I
gonna
don't
let me
have to
talk.
deny. It's not there, Robert Lee.
Let me say this.
Okay.
Unlike y'all, I don't deny that I'm a descendant of Africans. But
well, I'm not an
be an
African,
African.
Robert Lee.
Hold up.
You making an
That's cool.
assumption.
No, let him go. Let him go.
Hold on,
Let him
fellas.
go.
Hold on, fellas, because
Well, let him
I'm
go,
gonna let y'all
dude.
go. But
Let him
I'm
go.
quiet and
He
being
right.
respectful. I want to give
He
her
right.
a chance in a moment.
No,
So
he's
y'all,
not.
finish our dialogue, and we gonna move right along because I feel like I answered Robert Lee's question. Is there any interjection to that, to what was
No.
stated about
No.
how this Cherokee Freedman situation has come about?
Nope.
No, let him answer.
They went even solidly.
Smoke, let him
Sister
answer,
Cerise.
Smoke.
Hold on,
Answer.
no. I'm gonna answer. No, I'm gonna answer this. They even went solidly in the video you played. They said this is how they got the blood. She said it. They said it. I've watched every sense of it. Everything you played. They already said that they knew how they had to go about how to displace the person and actually get the blood. They said it. I can't make this up no more. I'm so done with this.
It's called the disenfranchisement of the Indian.
Man, shut up.
Or the Negro. You dig what I'm talking about? Otherwise known as Jim Crow. You dig what I'm talking about? And it correlates directly from the time of Reconstruction through civil rights. Right? And dig this. The black codes are still in existence. Dig that. They never got set aside. 13, 14, 15
Hey, Cosmon.
Never set aside slavery.
Cosmon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's let the guests say something, please. I definitely need to hear this. Please, sir. Please. Tell us what you know. Please.
Man, y'all ain't answered now one of my questions yet.
We did.
Y'all talk all around.
Okay. Hold on. Cosma. Please, sir. If you could I'm sorry, Sister Cerise. Maybe I should relax. And you know what? I'm gonna take a couple breaths. I'm gonna take another hit of this motherfucking you know what I'm saying? Yep. If you could, sir, re-palletize your stance. Let me get a understanding of yours. Go ahead, if you will. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Palletize.
Hold on for a second. So
palletize.
Did you want to make a quick statement? I read your comment in the back chat.
You talking? Who you talking to?
Latrice.
She said, "I just want to know why he." Oh, she probably wasn't trying to talk. She said, "I just want to know why he named himself Robert Lee. Is that his real name, or he being smart naming himself after that general?"
Great continuation, y'all.
Ooh, great continuation.
How y'all doing?
Oh, that's my baby mama, G.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, we all love our Mama Chief.
Oh, thank you so much, Councilman.
Hey, now.
Listen, can I just say a few things, you guys? I
That's
don't
what I
want to
think.
tarry. I don't want
Yes.
to tarry, but can I just say a few
Yeah.
things to Reese?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, how are you?
What's up?
Oh, what's up with you? Well, I come from a line.
Robert
I'm
Blake.
sorry.
You
I'm
better
sorry.
be nicer. You better talk nice and sweet to her. Gonna beat
You better
Or
be
what?
very respectful.
Or what?
Yo, come on.
Ain't
Okay.
no or what.
No,
Just
or
go
what?
ahead and be respectful.
No, or
Or
what
what?
Be
now?
respectful.
Ain't no or
Ain't
what.
no
We'll
or
remove
what.
Or
you.
what?
Man, get him up out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad.
Yeah, we don't. We short tolerance for willful ignorance.
Let me go ahead and change
Go ahead,
this up.
Mama
Let me
Chief.
change this up. Let me change this up.
Or what is
No,
crazy?
please go ahead, Mama Chief.
Robert Lee still with us?
No, he
Oh, no,
gone.
he gone.
Talk to him anyway.
Oh, y'all really got it? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
listen.
Not
Okay.
playing.
The
Not no.
cleanup crew. Then I know y'all missed some stuff early this morning. Then shit, me. Yeah, I ain't gonna talk about it. Y'all gonna hear about it. Okay. Look, I came up here because while we was talking, while he was doing all of this about the Negro and the Native, these who is the Native now? This recently that they got that name, and that's something that people don't seem to realize. So, but we were called the Native, and we were called the Indians. When was they ever reclassified to being a Negro? Any of them?
Never.
So why is it such a problem? So what I did was I put into Google, has the native of today on the reservation ever been classified as a Negro? Y'all, guess what come up?
Come on.
No.
Nothing but Black Indians in the United States. I'm gonna come on down. Black Native Identity and Futurity National Museum. How the census collected race and ethnicity data from 1790. Black Americans were coded as Negro. The first time that term was used as a racial category in the census. Okay, 1790. When tribal nations expel their Black members, America's second largest Indian tribe expels Blacks. The Black Native American descendants fighting for the rights. Supreme Court reversed almost 200 years of U.S. law and tradition. Y'all, what we know about that?
Come on.
What we know about this? This is Indian business. These niggas are trying to keep us from doing our business, y'all. They're just trying to keep us from doing. They're coming out of all the woodwork. An African came on OTK last night and told us that this was the motherland and that this was where they was from.
Right.
And that they traveled across and went over there. Listen, just like the Moors, I went on and asked them, well, are you a Moor, buddy? No, but where they coming from? Now, on to this part about the land.
I have to ask two things to that. Salute to you, Mama Chief. I love you so
Salute
much.
to you, Smoke Trey Smoke.
I
Go
have
ahead,
to
baby.
ask two things about that, because it always come back to two things, two categories: paternal and maternal of the land. I'm not trying to ask nobody anything of that, and I don't really care. I really don't care. But I know it holds to be true. I know it holds to be true. So that's the biggest thing that I can always come back to. I can always come back to. I know, and I mean definitely, indefinitely, however you want to see it. It's no other. No other.
Okay.
I can guarantee it.
Now to that Cherokee land, says what they was talking about. One of my relatives, her name is Lucy Bryant, and in 1817, this was right before the 1831 was 1835, and they did the removal. The Cherokee reservation list She was on a list. But the 1817 Cherokee land cession included an option for those Cherokees wishing to remain east of the Mississippi River to obtain a 640-acre land grant.
But what you got to do? Well, Mama Chief, what you got to do? If you don't stay, what you got to turn into?
You got to be a Negro. You got to be reclassified. You finna be reclassified now. And this 640 acres is depending on you doing some stuff too. So half our people, I don't even think they probably even got that.
Right.
So where is it?
Well, okay. So can I? This is gonna sound weird, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. Okay. This is gonna sound weird, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. What if that was a plot to put an American outpost on it or a European outpost on it?
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
What post? No, I'm talking about everybody who decided not to go. Can you understand what's going on here on that piece of paper?
Yes, and there was 230. Look, it was just enough to say that they wanted something different than what they had.
Well,
I don't know how to explain this.
Can I just finish reading this and then you can figure out whatever you're trying to say? Can I just finish reading this? It ain't nothing but a little paragraph.
Yes, ma'am.
To clarify the fact that what niggas talking about this session, about this, that, and the, they don't know the hell they talking about. This is in my family. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, so it says wishing to remain the east of the Mississippi River to obtain 640-acre land grant. This marked the beginning of the Americans. Listen very carefully what they said and what they did. This is how we got here. This is the beginning of the Americans ultimately successfully removal of the southeastern Indians by changing the manner in which the Cherokee perceived land ownership. That's a hard pill to swallow.
Oh wait, they put you under a charter.
That's what all these old damn talking about somebody did a treaty with.
And this come under your head right system. The crazy part is they end up stealing back part of that land from your granddaddies in what they call farming through the act of taxing, and then turned around. Look how devilish these niggas is. They gave them the land, taxed them for half of it, taxed them for half of it. Hold on, and then got them to build the levees. Build the dams
and call them Indian givers.
Hold on, move them out their areas.
And call them an Indian.
How you think my granddaddy got up to Toledo, Ohio? He from Black Dark Choctaw, Louisiana.
That's right. And
how
call
you get
them
up in
Indian.
Toledo?
That's how they call them.
Maybe I should just. I'm gonna call it quit. Thank you.
Listen, they gave him a house through land grants and head right systems that they just reverted back, that they just got from Mama Chief grandmama. They gave her 640, they end up whopping 440.
But they didn't. But this just hurt. This just my list. But I'm saying, what? All of us got this. All of our people didn't go. All of our people who didn't go got this. So this is what I'm trying to see the big picture. All of our relatives took this flight. All of them took this shit. All of their blood, sweat, and tears is in this earth like this.
Big picture is, y'all, if your grandparents and your parents got Negro on their birth certificates, that is proof that they are
you are that. That's right. No doubt.
That's how you prove you from a tribe.
That's right. That's right. Let me finish this up right here, though, y'all. This changed the manner in how the Cherokee perceived land ownership. Because before this time, all Cherokee land was owned in common by the tribe as a whole. Now individuals became landowners. The grant constituted a life estate. They took your estate and put you in a state to the reservoir. That's when we went in and made states out of all our places because we had estates, y'all. Dependent on, now this is the key, dependent on the reservoir, maintaining possession. They probably never even got there, y'all. This is what I'm trying to show you.
Yeah.
And said,
dirty on the way. This is why they call it
right. Right. So it says that they possess the land with the right of passing this is right here. Check it out now, Cosmon. With the right to passing the reservoir, the reserve on to the reservoir's heirs in fee simple. You know, in the transcription below spelling, they got all the names of the people. I got a whole list of names. I might want to do a bill on it. Y'all find out the end of these people in your family, because it's the whole list of all the people that got.
Put that in the back, Mama Chief. Put that in the back. Ain't nobody gonna look. I'm gonna look.
Say what? Do what, baby?
I said, put that in the back for us, because if ain't nobody.
No, this is no. These are my records. These are my family records.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a family record but it's a whole. What I'm saying is, it's like I
got a great auntie on the Dolls Road.
Yeah. I did a bill on it, and I was just pulling up all the people. If you give me your name, I'll pull your name up and get all the names of everybody that's in the roll on your tree.
Yeah, I think I'm on page. I think it's 7. I'm on 785, and I think it's 815 also. My people were
changing up the subject.
Choctaw. I had Muskogee people who were enslaved by or not enslaved, but was indenturing and worked with their families and stuff out there in with the Chickasaw. They was Choctaw and Muskogee, right? Their mama was Muskogee, their daddy was Choctaw, right? And they was working with the Indian tribe, and they own the Dolls Road.
Yeah, everybody should have people on the Dolls Road. That's what I'm saying. This is the whole point. Everybody got trails. All of us got a trail to this shit. And for somebody to keep coming on here because they ain't got trails, they got trails to Africa. Well, you keep yours, but let us keep ours. That's a problem, and that's a division.
What it is we waking up and they understanding and seeing that, and we guarding our culture now.
No, somebody's sending them, honey.
Yeah,
because we done had all kind of religion. We done had all kind of folks, and like I said, when that African came over there yesterday, dressed up in Indian garb, talking to us, telling us what he was telling us. It was like, wow, this is the first. So it's like they putting out all their stops now,
right?
Almost like draining the swamp, you know. But I appreciate you letting me up, Sharice. I just wanted to stay on the topic. You know, these niggas who want to keep trying to tell us who we are. You know, it's ridiculous. So y'all do your own work. Every time somebody say something, research it. Straight smoke, and that drop that you dropped. I heard you drop something about Fonny, what his name? Fonny, the man with the charter school. What his name? Futali Gulen. You remember that? Straight smoke. Futali Gulen, then he's the reason for all of our charter schools in America. And guess what? He's from Turkish. He's Turkish. All these people doing all this around us, and we don't even understand. But then somebody asked, well, if that man said he spoke Cherokee on there just a while ago and nobody understood him, well, hell, it's because probably they was all foreign. What you talking about? Y'all remember he asked that question? Robert Lee wanted to know why nobody couldn't understand dude when he said he spoke Cherokee, nobody understood him.
Yeah.
That's because all of these other foreigners around here, they switching people around, they moving everybody around. What they was doing.
Yeah, that ain't no Cherokee that any Mongoloid would have been speaking anyway. And then we got to understand that them people who usurp names, they usurp them names. Nobody
They don't want to know what I know.
call themselves Cherokee. Let's get that.
No one wants,
and it wasn't spelled with that. It was spelled with a Q.
No one wants to know who I know. No one wants to know who I know. I get it.
Tell us about Fulani. Sharice, you mind?
That's where all your charter schools come from.
Yeah, I heard you. I was like, dog, see, when I hear something I don't know, I immediately look it up. Gotcha. And nigga, if somebody want to talk about me, say I don't bring no information. Y'all in the chat, do I bring information? I don't be up here playing with nobody.
Mm-mm. I don't think everybody wants to know what I know. And it's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. That everybody's on their own time. So you know what? Be on your own time.
Everybody needs. That's why I be on my own page. That's why I say I was thinking about going live, but I'd rather do it with somebody because I don't even want to. I ain't trying to teach. I ain't trying to act like I'm trying to teach nobody. I'm just trying to help my people. And I say that all the time. I'm not a lecturer. I'm not no damn, but I ain't doing that, y'all. But I feel like somebody gotta be.
I know who controls your business. I know who controls your education. I know those things.
But see, these people want to know.
I guarantee you won't deny me on that. Go ahead, talk that bullshit about me. Whatever you want to say. Whatever you want to say. Say what you like.
Okay, y'all. I appreciate you, Sharice. You got down on this live, though, for real, girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, you brought the heat. And that's what it is. I don't know whether anybody saw this morning, but I was all kind of bitches. Can I say this, Sharice? Can I say this?
What?
Can I say this?
What happened?
Can I say it on your live?
You already said it, girl.
Okay, yeah. This morning I woke up to somebody texting me, telling me to go, sending me a link to your boy Root Word over there. Oh, got both our names in his mouth, but I'm the bitch. I'm in the title, and I'm like,
who you and Sharice name in their mouth?
Me and Sharice, yeah, I sent it to some people. Heard it too, because I had to send it out to my folks so it could be a witness. Because I knew his ass was gonna take it down, which he did. Which he did. And then he come back with another trying to be professional, kind of like, I'm like,
who cares?
Wow, I saw bipolar hit hard, but it's like, bro,
who cares?
I don't
going off while I was asleep.
Say what, baby?
I said, dang, Root Words was going off while I was asleep.
Yeah, this was around about 10 o'clock this morning.
Y'all just got apartments in that boy's head. Y'all renting for free,
Rent free. Living
No, I'm a witch. I'm a boule. I'm a what all did that? Listen, he was deaf on me, y'all, just
Hold
like
on.
he did on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Can I go ahead and clear this up for you real quick, Sharice? Where a motherfucker had a problem with you more than anything else? You sure you want to do that?
What?
Huh?
What?
What you talking about,
yeah. Everybody had a problem with Sharice doing anything about how our people have been harmed through, that's right, sexualism.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But everybody did have a little issue. You know what I mean? Because
I'm
my sister's
serious.
kicking up dust. You dig what I'm saying?
I'm
But it is what
serious.
it is. I just want y'all to I just want y'all sisters to be assured. You dig what I'm talking about? Once
She
you
did the most
once you
one.
got somebody,
She,
hold on. Once you got
Sharice
somebody,
did the most on that one show. Sharice did the most on
I'm
that
talking
one
about
show.
something that happened this morning, baby.
yeah, this is
Can
what
you
I'm
listen?
saying.
I'm talking about something that happened this morning. I don't know what you talking about. I'm
get
talking about
that.
something that happened this morning.
I get that. What this morning
Oh,
happened
shit.
almost 6 months ago because someone said, you know what? You can't sit here and be a repetitive predator, and didn't put it out in a sense.
I don't even know, Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. My sister did the work of a genius. She sat there and said, you're not going to keep doing what you're doing. We see that.
Right. Now, hold
And
on.
people got
I
mad.
don't know what's going on.
People got mad at the show she did about, guess what? That's right. You doing the most to your family.
Well, okay.
That's right.
Listen. Hold on. Let's just get back on
whatever.
topic. Oh, well, hey, Cherie,
sure.
I'm a chief. I just want y'all to know, y'all officially are doing the good work.
Thank you, Charles.
When you occupy that much time and energy, and you take up that much space in a person's life, when you're not even thinking about this person, that means something you're doing is correct, and it is hitting that dark spirit in them, beating that Drugen low demon, demonic entity in them up, and that's why they're so energized for you. It's like a moth to the light.
But Cosmo, I ain't gotta quit being nobody bitches though. You know that just ain't right. And I feel like if this community, which I don't consider this a community, I know what it is. Like I say, it's just a bunch of people coming on the internet, and they really don't have the empathy or the love for each other like they act like they want to have. But respect is given, and I don't disrespect nobody. And I done been too many bitches on here, and all I do is come and just bring the peace and the love. So if I got that much hate down here, I know how to walk away. But I ain't gotta be all them bitches in nobody's mouth. That's so disrespectful. And if the men's can't stop, if the men's can't stop these men from having our names in their mouth like that, it says even more. Because how is we gonna even get where we supposed to be if we can't even protect our own people?
I can't control everybody. I can't control everybody at the single drop.
Yeah,
I know you can't. Ain't nobody hits you.
What y'all gotta understand is a lot of people who are around us right now are not our people,
and that's true. And they know it, and they mad.
They chinning, grinning in the crowd, calling themselves Indians and all this. You dig what I'm talking about? Want to be down? You dig what I'm talking about? But actually, they fronting. A lot of y'all fake.
And they mad.
Let's just be real. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all, yeah, I'm gonna be real. A lot of y'all is Africans.
For real. That's
real
true.
talk. A lot of y'all is.
I don't know what
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. It's your action and your deed. Ain't
I don't
no
know
way.
what you know.
Listen, well, I'm gonna explain it to you. Ain't
That
no
shit
way.
sound
Ain't no way.
Thank you, Bad Saint.
That sounds crazy as hell.
Yeah. I'm talking now. Listen, if it don't hurt, don't you know what I mean? If it don't, only hit dogs gonna holler. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. What I'm trying to tell you is a lot of niggas is around have first of all, niggas who look like us been our downfall.
That's right.
Always from the
That's
inside.
true.
It's always the
That
nigga
is true.
who you know.
That is
Hold
true.
on. It's always the nigga you know who can get to you. It's the nigga you love that can hurt you. It ain't this nigga I don't know over here. I ain't never gonna deal nothing with this nigga, never know nothing about him. So he ain't gonna hurt me. Right?
That's right.
The nigga that I know that I slept with, I grew up with, shared a syrup sandwich with.
Nope.
That
there
really
it is. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but let me
Go ahead.
keep saying it. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's your action and your deed who prove what you are. You can tell me you Indian all day, but if you ain't doing
is that dictated? Is that dictated by somebody else? How about that?
No.
Are you sure?
Dictated by you.
Are you sure? Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a clear cut fucking question. Are you sure?
Nigga,
because I'm straight. Hold on.
You dictate something to
Because
you.
hold on.
Why
hold
you
on.
screaming like
hold
that?
On. Hold on.
Oh,
hold on. Are you sure?
Bye, Cerise, baby. Thank you, honey. I can't.
What
See
you
that?
screaming for?
Why am I screaming for? Because it doesn't sound right.
I don't care what it
doesn't sound right.
I'm holding up the mirror.
Oh, then I'm good.
I'm holding up the mirror. I'm just saying, if you ain't doing what an Indian do, how you call yourself an Indian?
I don't know what his problem is.
Again.
I've been trying to understand.
Again. Just what you just said right there. Guess what I need to say? I'm good.
Right. I mean, niggas say they.
That's
niggas
it.
say they.
I'm good.
You know, niggas say they a bunch of shit, right? But when it's time to
not me.
Put the rubber to the road. You dig what I'm talking about? When it's,
I got
when it's
the rubber to the road.
Mildew,
Yeah.
When it's barbecue or mildew.
Yeah.
When it's bro.
Yeah.
Chill out, bro.
Yeah.
When it's
Let's
when
go.
it's barbecue or mildew, you dig what I'm talking about? A lot of these niggas end up in the trash.
Whatever. Let's go. Let's go.
What's wrong?
Let's go.
Baby, you okay?
I don't see it.
Come
you
on,
said,
straight.
hold on. You said barbecue or mildew, right? Real nigga shit. You said barbecue or mildew, right?
Yeah, bro.
How about this? There is no barbecue. There is no mildew. All it is that are we doing it or not? Correct?
Are we doing what or not?
Thank you. Thank you. Just for you saying that. Just for you saying it. Are we doing this or not? Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate that. And now I know where I am. Thank you so much. That's what I know.
Wait.
What
Slow
are
down.
you talking about, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna say just slow down for a second and
Yeah, man. You a little whipsy.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Are we hold on? Are we doing what we're doing or we're not?
Nigga, I am. Are you?
Of course.
Well,
I
then,
mean, this what?
Well, then what we talking about?
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
Exactly. Man, I keep 007 pumping in my background. I do this. You tell me. Hold on. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing the most.
Straight.
And you know what? Hold on. No. Guess what I'm gonna do?
Hey,
Sharice the realist.
Hey,
Sharice
girl.
the realist.
Hey.
So hold on. No. Check this out. Hold on. Check this out. Check this out.
Hold up, I'm greeting my chat.
I need you.
Hold on, straight.
Sharice,
You gotta.
if you could give me a second. If you could just give me a second. If you could rewind back to when that white big face woman said on point that this was, and I quote, was all done by purpose.
Mm-hmm.
She said it. She said it. She said it. She said it. Why don't anybody get this? You want to do everything else? No, I'm not. I'm sticking on script. Listen to me. Sharice the realist put out a video right now that showed a big-faced white woman, Caucasian, that said, and I quote, that they did this over, that's right, time immemorial. time immemorial. You can listen to me however you want to listen to me. I don't care. I'm going to go back. The video that my sister Sharice showed a white lady telling you over time immemorial of you Negroes. I will digress. I'll be quiet. Please replay it.
You still there, Sharice?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, cook, sis.
Were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood.
Yeah, straight smoke.
Go back 35 seconds.
You
need to literally hear that.
Before we keep running it back, my question
literally
is,
hear that.
The lady said they're basing this idea on blood quantum, but that's funny because the BIA and the tribes don't use blood quantum at all. As a matter of fact, they fight against it. So I thought that was interesting.
I need you to hear this full-fledgedly. Solely from that big square-head white woman that said that it was through, and I quote, I have to say this again, time and memorial. I'm serious. You have to really catch them. Please, just do it again.
Okay, and will you decide to elaborate this time once they say it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than.
How able
Cherokee were once again
moved necessarily.
For some Indians, identifying as Native or Black has become complicated due to the issue of slavery. For example, Cherokees sometimes enslaved Blacks in the early 19th century, not so much out of racism as out of imitation of the southern white planters around them. Eventually, these slaves were freed at the time of emancipation during the Civil War. These Cherokee freedmen discovered that the United States government, under the Dawes Commission, treated them as much less than equal citizens.
Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at
a government operation known as the Dawes Commission, family.
It was put together to undergird the peasantry of Europe that's coming over here and to move the people out the way. Right now understand that these people, the Mongoloids who call themselves Cherokee, are the same. How many of these people, if there were any true niggas that got enslaved over there, and I'm not saying that Indian slavery didn't happen, you did what I'm saying, but if they are true American niggas, you did what I'm talking about, where did they get them from? Right? They ain't had no money to buy them. So it begs to pay the question. Remember that it was the Cherokee who last minute turned against the It was the Cherokee who last minute turned against the Yamasee, right? Again, and along with the Europeans, turned the tide in the Yamasee Wars. It was the Cherokees, the Mongoloids, the Iroquois side, because there's a Iroquois people, and then there's a Muskogean people who are Negroido and Algonquin, right? And one is Anuyawiya, one is Cherokee or Iraqi. The word is really Iraqi because hold on, it's an adjective. Remember how you know that they aren't original to America is they're not named with a Iroquoian name. Cherokee or Iraqi is not a Iroquoian based name. It's a Algonquin based name, right? So we calling them Iraqi. The Iraqi means raw meat eater. And just so happen these Siberians, even to this day, not only the Siberians, but the Aleuts, the Inuits, and many different reservation tribes eat their meat raw.
All right. So,
right? Eating back to show the tie. You dig what I'm talking about? These people are not your people necessarily.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? And there were some people who they then threw into this confederation, right? Who didn't go nowhere. And all them Indians in the Southeast, where all the niggas is at, all the Indians got turned into Negroes.
Mm-hmm. Per point.
And then we get here. Go ahead, Smoke.
Did Topcats go live yet?
Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So what's going on?
I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna do something very different.
Hold up. Let's finish out the clip real quick, and then you can go ahead. Let's
finish the clip.
Yeah.
And then you can go ahead. You'll have the floor. I promise.
At that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens. Indeed, the whole construction
the land that we had through time immemorial. She just said it. Through land that we had through time immemorial. Let's y'all keep glossing over everything and all the bullshit. I'm sitting here saying to you, they're letting you know you already had it. It's already been there. What the fuck are you doing? Could you rewind it back? I'm sorry. You know what? Maybe I should be I don't know. I should do some actual other shit.
Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens.
Pause
Indeed,
it.
the
Pause
whole
it. Pause it. God damn.
You can hear her. Big Smoke.
I'm sorry. She said it out her own mouth.
Yeah, I mean, you amazed by that. Yeah, bro, we had the land. And actually,
No,
we
you
didn't
said
have
I'm
the land.
amazed by that. I'm amazed by that. Okay.
Oh goodness.
Okay.
All right.
Sure. Okay. It's all
Yeah,
good.
I'm just saying, bro. We already know, bro. Yeah, she just reaffirming what we already know, that when her people got here, we already had the land, and that and the thing is, we didn't have a system to where somebody owned this.
Right.
This is my little square. Or we didn't have a system like that. Creator gave it all, so we used it all.
I guess I gotta be the dude to do it, huh? I guess I gotta be the dude to do it. So I want you to look at one thing. This was your land, and someone came and brought you ramen noodle soup. How about that?
Shit. What did you talking about?
I'm saying this. I'm saying this. I really want you to understand what I'm talking about. This is your land, and I brought you ramen noodle soup.
You see what Big Chief All American said? Straight smoke.
Nope. I can't see anything.
You
This is
can't-
your
I bet
land.
you
I
can't.
brought you ramen noodle soup. Now what?
I bet you can't, dude.
What you want to fight me, or you want
Nope,
to join me?
I don't want to fight.
We don't
I'm not
want
gonna fight you. I ain't fighting you. Nope. You got drunk
How
strip
about
too?
this?
Nope.
You okay?
Nope. I'm not fighting you. I know the setup when I see one. Nope.
We don't want that smoke. Smoke.
I really want you to think about what I'm talking about. These people brought you ramen noodle soup. Seriously.
I get what you saying, bro. I get what you said.
Do you?
Go ahead, cook, sis, because I haven't seen this. You dig what I'm saying? Not like I didn't know the information or nothing, but I haven't seen this.
Yes, this came out in 2004.
You dig what I'm saying? I haven't seen this.
Whole documentary, bro.
2003.
Yeah. It came out, and I'm like, dang, this joint 20 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
Yeah, and like, and I was like,
the information always been out there. You dig what I'm saying? And people have always been putting it out there, but I listen, there is a darkness in this world that works against good stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? And the niggas who run our country, run big business, big pharma, you dig big ag, you dig what I'm talking about? These are some of the most morally decrepit people in the world. And yet
I don't
they in
believe
the
that.
sense run the world.
I don't believe that.
I do.
Now with agriculture,
I ain't gotta believe
I can't
it.
say with
I'm
everything
looking at my
else.
world.
Now with
See,
agriculture.
You want me to tell you why? You want me to tell you why? I this is why I don't argue people's belief, because I can actually look in the world right now and show you that the world is fucked. Do you know, nigga, they've been printing beef?
Where do you hold on?
Real,
If you wanna say that-
hold on.
Wait. No. Fuck what you talking about, nigga. Where you shot?
Bro, hold on. Why is you
Where
getting
do
all
you shot?
belligerent? All you got to do is
That
chill out.
that
for a
don't
minute.
sound right.
Now, I don't care if you say if it don't sound right. I'm telling you, nigga, they printing meat.
Huh?
They're printing meat on 3D printers, nigga, and selling it in Walmart.
No shit, Sherlock. I'm past that shit. That was 4 years ago. I'm talking about, like, are you in touch with real real people about me personally?
What?
Yeah, I'm
Brown
serious.
was simply
Nigga, I'm not
colored
checking for you,
or
cuz.
mulattoes.
You my nigga.
The
but I
classic
ain't checking
example
for
is
you.
someone.
What?
Yeah, I ain't worried about what no nigga do. Never. You dig what I'm talking about? No, I ain't asked about you, cuz. You dig what I'm saying? No, that ain't what I do. You dig what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, I don't think you remember what you were saying, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? What
About
you really
what?
arguing? Remember, I said that there are morally bankrupt people that run our country. You said, I don't see that. What?
That's not what
Nigga,
I
we
said.
got a president. Hold on, we got a president that got
that's not what I
34
said.
fucking felonies.
Hold on.
What is you talking about?
Say that
Listen, our government has pulled off more coups and assassinations than you can nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? Literally, bro. Our government brought in crack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No. You're doing a very, very, very dig back on a whole bunch of things that I already know about. And
Hey,
I
I'm
don't
just
see.
take that as you drunk,
Hold on.
my nigga, because you
You're doing
called
a
me
very.
a dingbat.
Hold on.
I
You're
know you
doing
drunk,
a
nigga.
very.
You just
Hold
called
on.
me a drunk ass down.
All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, nigga, chill out, nigga. Because you ain't gonna disrespect me.
Yeah,
That's what
what?
you're not gonna do. You my
I'm
boy
not
and all that shit,
disrespecting
nigga. But
nothing. What I'm trying to tell you is everything
call
that
me
you're
another
saying
dingbat and
is
see what happens.
so. Everything that you're saying is so predated. I already know about it.
We
That's
don't
not
care
what I'm
what you
talking
know,
about.
nigga. You ain't
What
the
I'm
only one in the
talking,
crowd.
what I am
You made a
talking about, Kyle's
listen, you
mind.
bro,
Relax, dude. It's what what Sharice has put up in today's feed.
Bro, what I'm talking
That's
about.
what I'm
Though,
talking
I
about.
get it.
Can you
Then
talk about that?
bro,
Can you talk
talking about
about
it.
what?
Bro,
Hold
you
on.
talking
Okay,
out both
hold on.
sides of your
Can you
mouth.
talk about what Sharice has put up
Can
in
you stop
today's
talking?
feed?
Can you stop talking?
Sure. There you go.
All right, then do that.
I just wanted to, Mama Chief. I'm sorry that Root Words is out here doing whatever he was doing. Like, I just don't try to pay him any attention. I'm sorry, y'all. Side note, you just gotta try your best to really ignore him, Mama Chief, because he is just who he is. What's wrong, Straight Smoke?
No,
What I do?
No, he over
I
there
want you to
giggling
replay it. I want you to replay it
because he was being
and
a
get
little
back to the
sarcastic and
information.
drunk.
Everybody's trying to get away from the information. I'm trying to stick to it. I don't give a fuck about none of that extracurricular. I'm trying to stick to the information. Can we please do that, Sister Reese? That's what we need to do. How about that?
Please.
All right. I don't disagree. All right, hold up. Now, there was a part in here about Paul Cuffey. Hold up.
Assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
Sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
The classic example is someone like Crispus Attucks. Now, when he runs away from his master, he was an indentured servant and not a slave. When he runs away from his master in Framingham, Massachusetts in 1750, the original news...
Boom. Boom. Who says? That's the whole following right there. Who says? Under whose doctrine? I mean, how does that go? Goddamn, my kids is playing these motherfucking killing games. Hold on real quick. My daughter's
papers announcement posting a reward for his return described him as a mulatto fellow, literally. And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color. There's absolutely nothing to imply in that usage that Crispus Attucks is an African.
Despite this...
Pause it. Fuck!
Why are you yelling?
To be totally honest with you, I wanted you to put that back on his face while he's talking about what he's talking. I really need people to look at him while he's talking about what he's talking about. Put it back on him. Rewind that back and just let the people see him. Look at this nigga. That's supposed to be a nigga. While he's talking about melanated people. While he's talking about what he's talking about. Look at him. He's on something for someone to believe that this is real. This is how they create their stories about fucking you. People like this is how they get across to discrediting you. Do you get it? I'm sorry, and I will mute up. I will mute up.
Okay, Cosmon, did you have a comment on that? Because I felt like what stuck out to me in that sentence, I mean, in that little piece, I wanted to go back to it because, you know, it's the could be. Don't nobody really know. And then at the end, when he said that none of that implies that Crispus Attucks was an African, I think that was a game changer too. So how do you feel?
I actually see it the same way, that there are a lot of assumptions being made, right? When it is the fact that multiple things can be true at the same time, right?
Yeah.
And we know for a fact misnomering people happened, right? People who were Indians were labeled as mulattoes just because they had that 100% nigga, no mix, no twist. Just because they had a lighter skin tone, they were assumed to be mixed because why? What makes what he said so potent is that the person who would have looked quote unquote mulatto would have been the minority, right? The rest of the people would have been chocolate brown, copper color. You did, and she just one of them. She just one of that. Ain't nothing but a light skinned red baby. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, it's a lot of conjecture and assumptions being made, and I'm just glad that I live in this time. You dig what I'm talking about? Where you can literally go back in time and pick through this stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? And find you. You dig what I'm talking about? Find the truth, even in the lie. And the truth is what this brother just said at the end, that you could also have never been mixed and still been called a mulatto just because you got this ambiguous yellow skin.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody in our family got. Everybody got light-skinned people in their family that's not mixed.
That's right.
Right? 100% nigga, not mixed. Where that come from? If the African must be blue-black.
Mm-hmm.
And then my question always was this, Sister Sharice: if a mulatto is still a half-mixed Indian with an African, and both of them are copper color brown, how do you tell what the baby is?
How do you? Baby gonna come out all kinds of ways. We don't know. And that's what I was trying to pose to Robert Lee about, like genetics and stuff like that. Like, it's genetics. Like, we can make any kind of color.
All type of shit. Niggas make everything. Everything come from us. All the skin colors. If you don't like white people, too bad. Nigga, some niggas made them.
Yep.
Too bad. You dig what I'm talking about? So you dig what I'm saying? It is what it is in the day. And plus, why do you care? Why do you care? If it ain't got nothing to do with you and your family and what's going to affect you and yours, why
do you care? Why do you care? Thank you, sir.
You know what I mean?
That's right. That's the problem, though. Just a bunch of looker shit that's been imposed since the beginning of fucking time. And look how long it's sustained time.
You care.
That's
These
crazy.
niggas so indoctrinated, they regurgitating a slave master doctrine.
Hold on.
Listen,
Can I go a step further than what you just said right there?
Go ahead, bro.
You said, why do you care, right? You said, why do you care?
No, the question
Right?
is rhetorical.
Hold on, no. I get what you're saying. Why do you care? You know what I'm saying? I get what you how you pose that.
Yeah.
So I gotta pose this secondary to it. It's not so much why do you care? Does it apply to you? Does it apply to you?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. Because these niggas come over here with these Pan-African ideologies, pushing this Kunta Kinte slave, my grandmama got raped doctrine. You dig what I'm talking about, bro? We don't see that.
It doesn't apply.
Don't add up. The math don't math.
It don't. Hey, you know what? And if you believe that, go ahead, bro.
No, the fact is, if you have to believe it, that means
Go
you
ahead.
haven't done the work.
And I don't care no more.
You can easily debunk
Go
that.
ahead, bro.
All you got to do is do your genealogy.
Hold on. I don't even care no more. At this point, what's the point in saying it no more? Go ahead.
What up, everybody?
Hold on. You done took your swab test, your little whatever test you had to do to put something in your mouth, homo. Right. I'm sorry. You put something in your mouth. Somebody had to swab your throat, huh?
To go prove you was an African.
To show you that you was a goat throat. I mean, I'm serious. You're a goat throat. I guess somebody had to put it in your mouth, and they're gonna send it off. They're gonna tell you how good your throat is.
God damn.
Am I lying?
No, Diddy.
Think about what I'm saying. You just gave somebody permission to say that mouth good. That mouth good. That mouth good. That come from a long line of mouth.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go? You see where I'm going with this now, right?
What's up,
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Yeah, we
do you see where I'm going with? Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm trying to get a very concise thing on this. Cosmine.
No,
do you see where I'm going with that right there?
No to all the bullshit. Whatever bullshit you was about to say.
Yeah.
No to that.
I'm saying, bruh, you wouldn't give somebody some saliva?
No, sir.
That's what I'm saying.
No, sir.
You think what I'm talking about now? You see what I'm talking about?
Everything. Listen, I'm never gonna talk.
I'm not giving no saliva, bro. What are you doing?
I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, bro. I'm gonna lie every time. I'm gonna hit the stand and lie for you every time.
I'm trying to tell you, dude. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If you make, hold on, I really want you to register this to yourself. Somebody came to say to you that we're going to clear up your genealogy. All we need you to do is let us get in your mouth. Real shit. I'm not lying.
I'm done.
I'm not lying. Hold on. I need to hold on. No, let me finish. Let me finish. No Diddy. No Diddy. No Diddy. Let me finish. I need to go ahead. I need to put this. Hold on. I need to put this swab. I need to put this swab in your mouth, bro.
No, sir.
I need to put this swab in your mouth so I can figure out who you is and who your people is. I need you to spit on this spoon.
I'm straight.
So I want you to think about this. I want you to go ahead and hit this knob.
No.
Spit on this spoon.
No.
And we're going to tell you who you is. Seriously. Seriously.
Okay, stop. Ray, go ahead, Ray.
I'm clowning. I'm clowning. I'm clowning. You know I'm clowning.
All right. All right. Come on, cuz.
You know I'm clowning.
I'm
Think
listening to
about
you.
that.
It's
For
wicked.
anybody that
Bro,
want, hold on.
bro,
For any, hold
bro,
on.
that's
Let me
Sister
say this.
Star.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me say this last part. For anybody that thinks that you need to verify yourself through someone else that is a subsidiary to any type of medical treatment that is only for, that's right, entertainment purposes. You're a clown.
Race on fire. Let's go, bro.
Go.
What up, everybody? Peace and blessings. Much prosperity to Aboriginal Americans.
That's right.
I don't know, I was in the chat. I was listening. I mean, I wasn't even in the chat really, but it was somebody wanted to keep going back to the video. I don't know if they still up here or not. But I was inquiring as to what about the video fascinated them so much is the parts that they're saying the people are from Africa, or
No, he was
did he
saying
want to
that.
keep revisiting that?
No, he was I guess you know, trying to focus on the point, on the fact that the lady was saying that when her people you know, got through the Dawes Rolls and they got to dealing with the United States government, there was people who already here who had the land from time immemorial, and he was hinting towards that being us. You dig what I'm talking about? And you know, he was just focusing on that fact, and you know, the sauce, the rest of the sauce.
Yeah, no, I was in and out because I was doing a couple of service jobs. So when I was coming to the car, I was catching it, then I was dipping out, then I was coming back. So I really ain't got the whole picture, but it sounded like he was infatuated with some lies in the video, and he wanted to revisit it over and over again. I just wanted to know what was his angle, like what was his belief about us.
No, smoke
and the people in America.
straight a real American. He just saucy right now, but what he was focusing on the fact that the lady was letting us know that we had the land since time immemorial. That's what he was trying to put out the fact. But this is dope right here, because this lays out a reality for our people too. Just because they calling you a thing don't make you that. What you do proves who you are. It's culture, ethnicity. You dig what I'm talking about? This ain't no mix. Look at his color. He ain't no mixed nigga. Look at his color. Look at his hair. He'd probably been, he's lighter than Paul Cuffey would have been, or is depicted as. You dig what I'm saying?
My mother's lighter than him, and she's a straight Negro. And my grandmother's a Negro, and her mom's dad's a Negro. So
my grandmama lighter than him, red, got freckles, red.
Yeah,
my dad got red in the mug. She red with red hair. You dig what I'm talking about? With freckles. Look, listen, light as him, if not lighter. You dig what I'm talking about? They always try to pigeonhole us, bro. They always try to pigeonhole us. You dig what I'm talking about? Like you can't be this, or if you look
I was listening to the video earlier, and I like how Sharice is like she already watched the video. Just now that she's attained so much knowledge, she want to revisit it. And I thought he was on the side because I'm listening to it, and I'm hearing a lot of things. Like they're saying that slaves had Indians had blacks as Negroes, right?
Right.
Indians had blacks as slaves, right?
Natives.
But we was classified as all three of those things. So my mom could be an Indian, I could be classified as a black slave.
And
to my
white.
mother.
He was called white too.
Right. I could be all three of these things.
Yeah.
And they all saying the same thing. But it's like you would picture a Native American enslaving a Negro or Black American, and I'm like, how can you picture that today? Do you think they have the athletic ability or the mindset to control niggas?
Listen, it just never.
So how would they be able to do that 400 years ago? Like the same people?
Let's go back to the
Native
time.
Americans, they were supposed to have enslaved Negroes. Like
We can go back to the time itself, right? And go look at Billy Bowlegs himself. Billy Bowlegs couldn't even speak with a white boy. The white boy was dancing all over the Mongoloid.
Oh, no Native Americans for
But you know
nothing
what? You know how
athletic.
You know how Billy Bowlegs got down? He had a what they called an indenture with him. That they call his name was Bruce, and he ran the Indians. He ran them, and if anything that like the deal that was cut to get Billy Bowlegs to leave, they gave him $150,000, and this is back in the early 60s. You dig what I'm talking? 1860s. And they gave him like $150,000. You know, he moved and all that. But the deal was cut by the nigger Indian that was with him, purportedly told to be his slave, right? But you dig what I'm talking about? How is it when the imported slave tells the master what to do? He's the master dressed up in skins and looking weird and shit, while the slave is dapper as fuck. He got on suits and you dig what I'm talking about and everything. Who the slave? He couldn't even cut the deal. And then Billy Bowlegs turned around and told the white boy Jester, "You're not
Well,
gonna
the
get
last
down
time I was on the show, right? Sharice had a document, I believe, by.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Ray.
No, but I don't know which one happening.
You fading in and out a little bit. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, oh, that's just me looking through this, trying to.
Sharice had a document of the slave voyages, the dude it on it together, right? And then he was saying that he would put information about us being African if the information existed, right? Because it sounded like he was a thorough researcher. But what was really a kind of minor, but it stood out. Little things stand out to me. I gotta look into it, but he was saying that American exporting was not a culture by us, right? And I kind of had an argument, I think, with Philly Smoke on, because I'm real empathetic, so I be trying to see where people be coming from before I can really conversate with them and not really just be in a disagreement.
Right.
So I was saying, I'm saying this is my statement. I gotta research it, but buying and selling things, I think it's an artificial culture.
Your phone breaking up. Say it again, bro. Say it again. Your phone was just breaking up.
I got it on my car speaker Bluetooth because I'm driving, but I parked when it's raining, so I ain't jumped out yet. But can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound better.
All right, I got my phone closer. But I was saying that let me try to fix something real quick. I'm trying to change my mic to my. I'm gonna back out and I'm gonna come back in.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out what he getting at. Because I know earlier I did bring out the little rice growing article or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just highlighting that they didn't have to go to Africa.
No. It's wild rice all over America.
Yeah.
Damn near everywhere. From the Midwest coming back all the way east is wild rice. It's wild rice in Michigan.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, you sound much better, bro.
All right. I had the Bluetooth on. I was saying that. All right. So in the document, he said one thing is for sure, that the exporting culture, which I took as the resources leaving America, right? Exporting culture did not come from America, right? And I hear that as
wait a minute, exporting culture does not come
that's
from
a whole
America.
what they're doing now is a culture. Exporting as much stuff from America to other places, whether it be food, whether it be people, whether it's leaving America. It's an abundance of stuff, but they're taking the gold from America to other places. They're taking the diamonds. They're trading art. They're trading They're trading. So that's what I took from that statement is that, all right, we would have no reason to create an exporting culture unless we had embassies. I'm talking about the American Indian minus immigrants. Minus immigrants. Right? They're saying from the document, he's saying that the culture, us coming up with that ideal that we should figure out a way to trade all the abundance we got for the little bit that everybody else got. Right? So
No,
I'm taking that. This is what I'm saying. I'm taking that as when we grow food here, it's not for merchandise. It's because you need food to live. There's no reason in selling it if it's a necessity of life.
Well,
right. So the ideal of buying with currency, with a coin, buying with a coin, this is my ideology. So if you let me get it out, I'm just saying from the information that I've been processing, the game that's being played on us is that we work for money. We don't work for knowledge. We don't work for information. We work for money. We work for fake fiat. We work for paper, right? Before we would do the same job, we wouldn't do the same job, but a lot of these jobs we would do because they're necessities of life. You don't got to pay me to grow corn because I need to eat that. Like, that's a real job because it produces sustainable life. Now, me going to sell Gucci bags for X amount of dollars, I don't learn nothing from that. I don't gain nothing from that but money. So that wouldn't be something that we would be into. Let's start making Gucci bags and start selling them. Now we'll make a bag because you need to carry things. So your grandma will be able to make a bag, grow some corn, make a door. She'll have all this knowledge, this skill set that wasn't required to go to a job to do. It's required to live, right? And now it's like, it's easy street because these jobs is whack as hell. They paying peanuts. So when I hear people talking about slavery and indentured servitude and things like that, and they want me to believe it's some Kunta Kinte chains and whips thing, I've already convinced myself that it's the same thing going on now. It's just something called, it's called employment now. You don't have no problem being called an employee, but if I tell you you're a slave, you're gonna be ready to fight. So they learned how to change the words, just like they changed history. They just changed the word, so then you think the meaning changed because it's a different word. So you can't picture people working, black people picking jobs, thinking they're gonna get paid whatever out of free will. You think they're forced to do this. You don't think they were negotiating these deals and they just got messed over because they're the ones that had the skill sets. But what I'm saying, what I'm going back to is the exporting. That's the trick on us. And the money, the money's created for somebody that does not have wealth. So if I got all the gold in America, you don't have nothing of equal value no matter where you go. So the trick is you coming with $1 million out of thin air to trade for my real gold.
I think the trick is, who told you gold had worth?
I know that it has multiple uses, so it would be wealthy to the person the person that knows the intricacies of gold. Gold is valuable.
You just want to. I'm just. We heard what you're saying, man, and nobody is trying to argue, especially me. This is your belief. I mean, it is what it is.
I think gold is technically a valuable metal.
I'm saying, who told you gold had worth? You see the trick? See the
I'm
trend.
gonna say all the uses of gold is telling me.
Gold
You
told
might
you
think
that.
just having a gold
Gold told
chain.
you it was worth. Okay.
Well, throughout history, it's spoken in our culture that gold was like a normal thing.
Like water over here was nothing. It still is.
Yeah, there was normal. I'm saying they was using it, so it
Yeah,
had
the
some
gold.
value.
Actually, the gold had really little worth. Had very little worth because it was in that time. You dig what I'm saying?
Abundant.
It had less use. It had less use. It was just pretty, right? It had less use in many terms than other substances that around it that had more worth. Like let's say a piece of gold to a let's say a coconut to a starving man, right? Or a thirsty man. You did what I'm talking about in the desert. Which one is he going to take? Which one has more worth? It would be the coconut. So you dig what I'm saying? So
well, OG, what I'm saying is George Washington.
And then
George Washington Carver tapped into a peanut and made a peanut gold.
Yeah.
So if you tap into the intricacies of what the thing actually is, and you can interact with it, knowing what properties it's carrying. Because what I'm saying is, I don't believe we came from an ignorant place, and now we're starting to get smarter as technology says.
Well,
I believe people where I'm from, because all these structures that I'm seeing on BAP's channel, all this information, they had to have tools to do these things, and they had to have knowledge to make the tools and know what the tools can do to create these great structures. Right? We don't know what these tools were, but obviously somebody had some genius.
Yeah. But what you got to understand is time has a natural rhythm, and so does humanity. It rises and it falls, and it rises and it falls, and we're on an upswing right now, right?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm just saying I don't believe they created TVs. I believe we had TVs already. Just saying, and we were using them for different. We had them in a different.
Well,
I think what people's problem is. Let me just get this out, OG.
Listen,
is that they think that we were doing.
This is let me hit you with some information. We highly technological over here, highly advanced, right? And while a great cataclysm was going on around the rest of the world, roughly 1150 BC, that we commonly call the Bronze Age collapse, right? America was still thriving, especially in the Midwest and in the East with the Mississippian culture, while everybody else was getting bombed out, right? Everybody else is getting bombed out. Troy goes missing. Harapia goes missing. Ancient Persia goes missing. Babylon is buried. Egypt falls. The Minoan society goes out of nowhere. People just start disappearing, right? During this Bronze Age collapse, right?
American Indians.
But over here in America, it was thriving. It was untouched. We had trains. I'm saying at least from my research, we had trains at least in the 1400s AD. Trains. How do we know? Because one of the great war chiefs of the Iroquois, right? In 1651, he dies as one of the last chiefs at 94 years old. Dies as one of the last chiefs in the Beaver Wars, right? Guess what his name is? Guess what his name is? Born in, I think it was in the 1550s. He was born in the 1550s. He died right before he was, or late 1550s. He died in the 1650s at like 96. Still banging. He died on the battlefield. Guess what his name is? His name is Black Train. How? How? There ain't no trains in 1555. What? This is, you see how much they lying? I'm telling you what I know. This is what I know. If y'all check my y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, go look at some of the stuff I be talking about. Much of our great cities and technology. Well, okay, I'm gonna just talk about the great cities first. First of all, you're standing on them. Many of them are already under the ground, been buried. Right? Did you know that there is a underground thing up under Detroit, a cavern, what they say is a salt mine that's bigger than Detroit? It's bigger than the whole city.
Every day I find out something was hidden, something was flooded, something was buried. It's a tunnel here, it's a tunnel there, some train tracks going this way, train tracks going that way. Universities built around these big ass buildings that we had, universities all around them, so you can't really see them because they're hidden. Like all this.
Man, we had dirigibles in the 1800s, bro.
And then somebody had asked us something, and my question is to all these people, all these parents, everybody's trying to push this on us. It's like, do y'all believe in race? In the same breath you asking me where my documents at, do you believe racism exists? Like, it's like they take out that it's some people that will go to links and they'll spend 24 hours, they'll spend 27 hours out of a day to lie and hide and misdirect a specific people.
Well, that would be the proof of racism if that's the truth.
They do this all day, every day. Every policy they voting on, every issue that they're voting on, anything that they're making up is racist. Because they doing it over here. They're not doing it where they're from, amongst their people. And then somebody asks us I'm starting to get to everybody like, how y'all let up the throne if y'all had the throne? If y'all had this, how y'all let it up? And my reply at this point from all the information.
Hold on, wait a minute.
This is my reply though. Who said we let it up? Who said we let go of the throne?
Right. Okay.
But go ahead. I was gonna finish that, but go ahead. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Go ahead, finish, bro. No, I'm not trying to cut you.
I'm just saying it's the media. The media is racist, so they're pushing narratives. Right? If you believe that, if they push a narrative, if they push a lie and you believe it, that's why I'm not in power, bro. That's why you think because you're using your power.
I don't agree.
I got a phone call. I just got a phone call, but you're using your power of belief to believe that I was an African slave.
Right.
And now, because you believe that, you talking to me crazy.
Right.
But it's the way you see it from these narratives.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. You dig what I'm saying? I was trying to follow.
Why y'all ain't got these? Yeah, why y'all ain't got no black people writing about y'all being from here? Because it wasn't of interest for us to know, for us to write about where we from. It wasn't a consciousness to think, oh, I need to let these people know we not from Africa. It wasn't in our diaspora at the time.
Yeah. What would you
like it is now?
Who would you have to tell? Yeah, it doesn't logically make sense. Who would you have to tell that I come from where I'm from?
Why would I have to? Why would I have to?
No, I'm agreeing with you. The whole ideal is foreign. You dig what I'm saying? It's foreign.
Yeah. Tell us I'm proving of where you from. That sounds like something an immigrant would go through.
I'm just I'm saying that whole ideology is foreign to America's soul and its soil. You dig what I'm saying? What you talk about don't even come from here. We don't even worry about that. This is why we never worried about color. That racism and colorism thing was put on us. We didn't know nothing about that. Yeah,
Or what color somebody was, or to treat them a certain way because of their complexion. Like, no, I agree with you. Going. I was just saying what you was saying, like, because somebody darker or lighter, like, who thinks like that?
That's crazy.
Like I'm gonna see how you get down. I'm gonna see how you get down. I'm not even gonna think that. Like, I'm gonna see how you get down. Then I'm gonna base that on what my move is off of how I see you getting down. Like, oh, I can rock with you because you're a hard working. You cutting down trees. You gotta help you carry them. Like, I don't care what color you are, bro. And then they be like, why we didn't have that mentality at that time? Because obviously it was no necessity. It came out of nowhere. We didn't know it was about that. And it just be making me mad. Like, they be like, where y'all documents at then? You asking me about this private club with Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin, they meeting in basements, hiding in the dark and candles. That was the United States.
I'm gonna
some
tell
hiding ass niggas in the basement.
I'm gonna give you some free game. I'm gonna give everybody some free game. Y'all go on online, or I think it might be a video on YouTube too. It might still be up here. Look up the true meaning of Monopoly, of the game. Right? Listen, if you don't see yourself in this game, that is proof, right? If you don't know who you are in the game after watching it, right? That is proof you have been indoctrinated. You should then stop, watch it again, and ask yourself the same question. Who am I in the game?
But see, right? I'm gonna look at it like we had a monopoly. We had a monopoly before the thought of the ideal of monopoly is what we was born into. We didn't know it was a monopoly. Like, this is what we got. Then somebody from the outside had to came up with, I want what they got. I want a monopoly. I'm gonna call it monopoly.
Yeah,
what they got.
Yeah. See, but you gotta understand, we come from a land of abundance. This is the true land of milk and honey. This is America, or the land of the big spirit, the great spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? So we've always had and always been. You dig what I'm talking about? So when people came here, it astounded them how breathtakingly beautiful America truly is, and how because, like, have you ever been to Europe?
Architecture, the food, the colors. Hell no.
Have you been? Yeah, okay. Have you been to, like, the Caribbean?
I go to the South, though. I'll be in Alabama, Mississippi, Atlanta. I go to the out. That's where I want to go. That's the people I want to see.
No, I get you. Have you been to the Caribbean?
No, I've been to Hawaii.
Okay, you've been to Hawaii. Okay, well, Hawaii is kind of Americanized now, but
furthest closest that I've been to Texas.
You gain a different type of appreciation for America once you go visit and see what these other people who are dying. I mean, they dying to get in here, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? They literally dying to get in here. You dig what I'm talking about? To try to be you. You see what I'm saying? You like you said, I try to be empathetic, right? And the more I know and the more I experience allows me to a point of view from experience. You dig what I'm talking about? So I agree with you when you were saying that I like to see a thing through meritoriously before I judge it, right? When you go to these other places, when you go to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, when you go to Seaview Projects, Kingston, Jamaica, boy, you ain't seen abject poverty. You never seen it. Listen. They got these cities, right? I went to a place called Sevilla, Puerto Rico, right? And we went to San Juan, and then we went to a little place called Sevilla. And then, but they got, you know, I always go to the hood. Man, they got these back off in the jungles, right? In Puerto Rico, they got these little like floating shanty towns. And they're floating on literal like swamp water, shit water. It's nasty ass shit water, bro, in the whole city. It's like it's a bunch of little houses together, and it's like boards in between everything, and it's all shanty town, and bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. Man, Port-au-Prince, Haiti, boy, you ain't seen abject poverty till you got up out of this thing. And so I see why when them starving ass niggas came from over here from Europe and Africa and these other places. What the hell?
I had Googled the Black Plague one time.
What the hell happened now?
Because I was just trying to see while they was going through the Black Plague, what was happening in America.
Can y'all still hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear
my
me?
computer is going crazy right now. My bad.
Now your voice is going in and out. Earlier, it was like going in and out.
And I'm a step up out of here, man. I'm a step down. Hey, look, love, light, balance, man. Y'all go over there to Cosmo Cal TV, sub, like, share. I'm gonna reboot this thing because it just whited out my screen. I can't do shit. All right, y'all.
All right, how do you handle it? Yep.
Yep, peace.
Shoot. All right, y'all. Guess I'm gonna go ahead and close on out. Cosmo. Anyway, y'all, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and just let me see. I'm good. We'll go ahead and just close this thing out.
What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly. Don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always did love. deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't